Danny. Good morning, everybody. We start this morning with a public hearing, and I will read the public hearing address. This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District Okanagan-Smilkameen Bylaw number 3061-2024. The proposed bylaw and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review at the head table. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted to the head table before closure of this public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are participating in person, please step up to the microphone. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the right-hand side of your computer screen. This will indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of selecting the raise hand button on your computer or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca, or for those attending in person, please place them in the box on the table marked Public Submissions prior to the close of this public hearing. I will ask now for Shannon Duong, planner, to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaws. Please go ahead, Shannon.
Thank you. So the Regional District currently administers the Campground Regulations Bylaw and Manufactured Home Park Regulations Bylaw, which both establish permitting schemes to regulate facilities as well as design standards for campgrounds and manufactured home parks, respectively. The types of facilities and design standards that are laid out relate to site layout, on-site facility provision, landscaping and amenity areas, internal roadway access and parking requirements, as well as water and sewage disposal servicing. Through the bylaws, they establish, as I mentioned, those permitting schemes, and that requires the issuance of either a campground or manufactured home park permit prior to the issuance of a building permit for new developments. So while we currently have these bylaws, the facility and design standards which they regulate can actually be dealt with through zoning or through a subdivision servicing bylaw. As such, bylaw 3061 is being brought forward in tandem with our subdivision servicing bylaw review project, the subdivision servicing, the proposed subdivision development servicing bylaw number 2900, which is currently being considered by the board, would repeal the campground regulations bylaw and manufactured home park regulations bylaw, which would ultimately remove the requirement then for campground and manufactured home park permits to be issued prior to building permit. Now, specifically, bylaw number 3061 would effectively retain select design standards by integrating these into the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw, which affects electoral areas A, C, D, E, F, and I, as well as the electoral area H zoning bylaw. And the specific standards that it would retain would be the requirement to connect to community sewer and water systems, as well as requirements to provide a second roadway access from a public highway for campgrounds or manufactured home parks which have greater than 50 spaces. Additionally, for manufactured home parks specifically, standards would be retained for the provision of internal roadways. So just in summary, if bylaw number 2900 being the proposed subdivision servicing and subdivision and development servicing bylaw, as well as bylaw number 3061 are adopted, new campground and manufactured home park developments would no longer require the issuance of a campground or manufactured home park permit. Additionally, they would no longer be held to a majority of the design standards which are currently prescribed under the existing campground and manufactured home park regulations bylaws, with the exception of a few standards which I previously mentioned. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Shannon. I will now declare the public hearing open and ask if there is anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws. Not seeing any hands. I'll ask for a second time. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Oh, I see someone online. Randy, can we put them through, please, Danny? Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Randy?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, directors. My question is these proposed changes, how are they going to assist in getting more homes for seasonal workers, seniors? The mandate of the regional district is to find some affordable housing. Adopting these new changes, how does it make it more affordable and quicker to bring them on stream?
I'm not sure that's the point of this bylaw at all, but if you could please start with your name and address, just so we have that for the record as well.
I'm sorry, Randy Kowalczyk, 176 Fraser Court, Penticton.
Okay, I'll just double check with staff if you have a response to that. I don't believe that's the intent of this public hearing, but go ahead, please, Chris.
No, that's correct. The purpose of the bylaws is simply to streamline or to consolidate our servicing requirements in relation to certain types of developments, either within the subdivision servicing bylaw or the zoning bylaw, and we're taking existing regulations and maintaining a few of those. We're not introducing new regulations per se, and it's unrelated to the separate direction that we've received from the province in relation to the small-scale multi-unit housing.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Oh, excuse me. I actually have a question.
Okay, if you just, right here, they'll give you a space there. And if you would just please press the little button in the center of the console and the green light should come on.
Yes, my name's Dan Butler, and I
Okay.
live at 625 Highway 97, Summerland, BC.
Okay, welcome and go ahead.
So I'm the executor of my family's estate, so I'm kind of in charge of selling everything. Oh. Am I good to go?
You are.
Sorry about that. So I'll just start it again. I'm the executor of my family's estate, so I've got to kind of get everything sold. I'm wondering how this will impact our property with different legislations coming into place. Like, do you see any holdups? Because, you know, we're kind of impacted because we have a campsite zoning on our property.
Okay,
So, like, I'm just wondering if it's going to impact us in any way.
all right, I can just check with staff on that. Normally, these aren't, or isn't an opportunity to ask questions. That should be done in advance of public hearings, but we'll let staff respond to that. If you'd just give us a second then, please.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Shannon.
Okay, so really the amendment bylaw would, from our view at least, remove an administrative burden that's already in place right now, which would be if you were developing the property for a campground, you would need that campground permit to be issued before you go for a building permit. So if these bylaws are repealed, ultimately, that would remove that permit requirement and simply retain very specific standards that are generally already in place in those campground and manufactured home park bylaws within our zoning bylaw instead. So in theory, that should actually be pulling back on the amount of time that would be required and work that would be required on a property owner's end to actually establish a new campground or further expand one.
Okay.
Oh, thanks, Shannon. I appreciate that. So I guess, we're just trying to get our head around it, my siblings and I. So what we didn't understand was, like, we don't have community sewer out where we are. And will that affect our property?
I think that's always been a stipulation, has it not? Or,
That's correct, yeah. So we've always required as part of the campground regulations bylaw to provide adequate water or sewer service, whether it be through a private system or a publicly operated system.
okay, so no changes or nothing new in the wording there.
No, that's correct.
Oh, okay, so, but we have been unincorporated from plans to bring sewer out to our area. So I guess, would this make it more difficult for somebody to look at a private sewer system,
Go ahead.
to service a campsite?
No, this particular amendment bylaw would not, it wouldn't restrict you either way going private or publicly operated for a community water or sewer system.
Okay.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate everybody's time. It's just, we weren't quite clear and we kind of rushed in because we weren't sure on what
Okay.
the meeting was about even, or
Right.
how it was going to impact us. So, again, thank you and carry on.
No worries. I'll ask for a second time. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Not seeing any other hands raised. Am I missing anybody, Danny, that you're seeing? No? I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? Again, I'll just check with Danny before I close. Seeing none, all right. I will hereby declare the public hearing closed at 9:12. Thank you, everybody, for your patience on that. And we'll move straight into the committees. The first one up is Planning and Development, and I'll go to Director Knodel to chair that one. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Director Pendergraft, and welcome everyone to the Thursday, February 22nd, 2024 Planning and Development Committee meeting. Looking for a motion to accept the agenda. Moved, Director Bush, seconded, Director Coyne. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll move right along. First item, item B, is the one we just discussed. Unless Ms. Dong cares to go through it a second time, I'll go right to CAO Zaffino for a quick introduction, and then we'll go to questions. Sir?
Thank you. So the purpose of this report is to provide options to the board in relation to the development permit area designation and guidance for the province regarding compliance with the recent change in the Local Government Act. And the administrative recommendation is that the multiple family development permit area designation and protection of farming development permit area designation, as well as the related policies, be repealed from applicable electoral area official community plan bylaw, and that the Okanagan Falls Town Center Development Permit Area and Naramata Village Center Development Permit Area guidelines be received in accordance with the provincial policy manual and site standards, small-scale multi-unit housing, and be brought forward for consideration at a forthcoming meeting of the Planning and Development Committee. Staff's here to answer your questions.
Thank you, sir. Before we go to questions, Ms. Cram, this requires a motion. Would it require more than one, or can it be done as one motion at the end?
Okay.
As this is a committee meeting, it can be done in one motion.
Thank you. Questions for the panel? I'm not seeing any hands waving. I think we seem to be a very happy board. I do have one question. There's a comment on having dual accesses. There was a letter issued to us in that effect, and I see it was reflected in your presentation, Ms. Dong. But there's a number of existing campsites that have a single access, and I'm just wondering how that, in the future, whether that's going to affect anything, please. No? Not hear me? Director Monteith, please.
I think we're talking about different things at this point. You're referring to the public hearing conversation?
Yes.
Yeah, we're on the Planning and Development Committee meeting.
Yeah, land use bylaw amendments. Oh, designated, yeah, okay, sorry, my apologies. All right, moving on, countering my problem. Any questions for staff? Thank you, Director Monteith. Director Taylor, please.
Yeah, and just to the chair, when I look at my own image on the screen there, I'm struggling to even see my hand myself, so good on you for seeing me. Just question to staff, can you give me an example or two of how, you identify specifically that our town center development permit area and Narmadas will be, need to be revised, so can you just give us one or two examples of how that would be, and are we going to lose anything, or is anything going to become more complex as a result?
Yeah.
Sure. So for the benefit of the board, I do have some PowerPoint slides I could run through in relation to this, which might be helpful.
Sorry, mic on. I would love that. Thank you.
So then this will be the DP one, item B. Oh, that's the one I need. Yeah. Okay, so for the committee's benefit, there is a lot of overlap between this particular presentation and the next item on the agenda because, of course, they're both related to the legislative changes that were enacted last fall. So you're going to see some repetition between the two slides, but this particular one is related to the development permit area designations, and you'll get more context in the next presentation, but one of the things that was contained within the legislative changes was a direction to local governments to pay attention to any guidance provided by the minister in relation to the small-scale multi-unit housing changes that were introduced. And so I think those were enacted end of November, and a week later, this particular policy manual was released. And it's got a lot of interesting information, and I think we've attached it to one of the reports that's before your committee today. And so there is an obligation for you to consider it, and so that's why it's included with the reports. And we've kind of gone through and picked out some important pieces of information to consider. For this presentation, it's development permits. For the next one, it'll be zoning. And generally, I think the theme that the province is getting at is encouraging local governments to create what they're calling a favorable regulatory environment for new building forms in areas that have traditionally been reserved for single detached and duplex dwellings. And I'm just jumping straight to the specifics from the manual now as they relate to development permit areas and some, very interesting direction, I thought at least. And I'll read them, and I apologize, this is probably going to be a text-heavy presentation, but so from the province's perspective, they're recognizing or advising local governments that, how we've used DPAs in the past is, potentially maybe not entirely aligned with the Local Government Act. And they feel that there's potentially other ways that some of the things that we use DP for can be better regulated as opposed to the development permit scheme. And they're saying this because they view DPs as potentially a negative influence or having a negative impact on the introduction of more small-scale multi-unit housing, which of course we all know has been a provincial priority for the current government. And so they're encouraging us as local governments to consider alternate approaches. And the policy manual goes on to state, and I'm going to start with the form and character DPs first, because of course that's one of the recommendations to repeal. So it's saying that under the LGA, we are allowed to have these for form and character. But forming character also has the greatest potential to negatively impact the creation of new housing units. From the province's perspective, this is because they can introduce significant time, costs, delays, and uncertainty into projects. And the end result being that that kind of uncertainty undermines the valuability. So they're really asking us to look at our DPs and consider what we have within those, and is it now consistent with this new direction from the province? So some background context for the committee's benefits. So we have throughout the electoral areas what we see as 6 different development permits related to forming character, and we've listed them off here. So the majority are in OK Falls, but we also have Naramata Village Centre and a Gallagher Lake Commercial. So of these 6, there's 3 that are specific to housing, although arguably OK Falls Town Centre and Naramata Village are mixed-use zones, which also allow commercial components. But in terms of the density in those zones, if we're talking about build-out, it's most likely new structures would be primarily residential with commercial on the ground floor, so arguably a little bit more residential-based than commercial. So we have 3, and I'll start with the multifamily in OK Falls. So again, some background context. From what we can tell, it was first introduced into the official community plan in 1996. You can see the original map here at right, including the footprint of where the DP was applied, so primarily within the OK Falls town site, not Area D generally. And from what we can tell, the choice of parcels that were selected were the RM1 zones, and so that's the medium density zone that allows for apartment buildings, townhouses, et cetera. Although interestingly, the DP also captured duplexes in terms of new development requiring a permit. Duplexes traditionally aren't really considered medium density though. Those are more common in the low density designations. So fast forward to 2013 when we did the RDOS EOC review. The footprint, as you can see here, the yellow shading was expanded significantly to almost a majority of the town site. The justification for the DP remained unchanged, as did the triggers, so it's still duplexes, townhouses, and apartment buildings, and that's what we have today. And from what we can tell from our records internally, since 2001, there's been about 6 DPs, so not a lot, that have been issued for multifamily in OK Falls. So returning to the policy manual from the province, so one of the main concerns that it flags with development permits in relation to residential development is that a lot of local governments, their DPs are kind of looking backwards in terms of trying to ensure that new forms of development within the existing single detached neighborhoods respect and comply and conform to that established development pattern, which is generally single detached homes. And so if you're trying to get multifamily to be characteristic of single detached, then you can see that there's a potential problem in terms of increasing density and encouraging small scale multi-unit housing. So flipping over to what's in the OK Falls multifamily DP then, and you'll start to see a trend here. There's a lot of potential inconsistencies with this new provincial direction. So again, these are just some direct quotes right out of the DP area. So the whole purpose was try to ensure that multifamily, quote unquote, wasn't an eyesore within existing residential neighborhoods, and that the DP was hoped to, reduce friction that might exist when people were doing duplexes or townhouses vis-a-vis their neighbors and single detached. And I've underscored here in the second dot point, probably an almost impossible task if you look at it in the context of this DP. So not only do we want multifamily in OK Falls to respect existing single detached neighborhoods, but we also want multifamily to respect the quote unquote the rural character of the surrounding area. Well, I mean, honestly, multifamily is not characteristic of a rural area. So is that even achievable? I'm not sure it is. And it goes on. So again, you can see other references here to the guidelines for the multifamily, where we're essentially looking backwards at existing single detached neighborhoods and trying to make sure that new multifamily development respects that, which is a challenge. And some more examples. I'll just leave them up here for a second. Yeah, references to sensitive to existing neighborhood, emulate the scale of an existing neighborhood. Again, a challenge if we're talking about single detached versus multi-unit development. And I've thrown this picture into the slide just to show from a visual perspective, and I think this was a development at the coast, but when I saw the image, it really highlights the challenges, I think, of trying to make a multi-unit fit within a single detached neighborhood. And you can see the stark difference between the two forms of building here: height, setbacks, absence of landscaping, all the things that the province has highlighted in their policy manual. So some other direction from the policy manual, encouraging, DPs that encourage entrances to face the street. They see that as, limiting from a creativity perspective, new multi-unit development. And of course, and in the OK Falls Town Center, multifamily DP, we find guidelines that specifically speak to how entrances to structures should be oriented. Jumping back to the policy manual again, so now it's referencing DPs that attempt to regulate height through the guidelines. Again, they see that as undesirable and something more appropriately located within the zoning bylaw. Flipping back over to the OK Falls multifamily, so then we have references where the DP is attempting to regulate height through a development permit. Arguably, that should probably be in the zoning bylaw. Back over to the policy manual, now it's speaking to landscaping and requirements for multifamily to screen itself to, again, try to ameliorate this potential friction between itself and existing single detached neighborhoods. We flip back over to the OK Falls DP guidelines, and again, it has requirements for screening to try to obviously limit the visual impact of new multifamily and single detached neighborhoods. Landscaping, again, requirements for architects to get involved to prepare professional plans. The province is saying they don't think this is necessary because of the built form of multifamily unit housing. It's a much bigger footprint. There's not as much space left over on a property to justify this. So they're recommending to move away from it. And again, flipping back over to the OK Falls multifamily, we have specific guidelines requiring plans prepared by landscape architects. And again, the screening of new multifamily from existing residential. And then we also have the additional one for agricultural land reserve, which is a challenge because if you think about it, multifamily serviced land is valuable, and to potentially sterilize that with setbacks from the reserve is it's a challenge. So just recapping some of the issues, it is an older DP that probably hasn't really been reviewed very much since it was introduced in 1996. It reflects the character of the day when it was brought in, but with this new policy direction from the province, we do have concerns about it. And we're just, and this informs our recommendation for repealing. We're just not sure, given the extent of the guidelines and the inconsistency of those guidelines with the policy manual from the province, if it can be salvaged in its current form. And trying to draft amendments to it is essentially what we feel might be a whole new development permit area designation starting from scratch. And, given the other direction within the policy manual to only apply these types of forming characters to 7 units or more, we're just not sure that, how often is this going to get triggered and is it worthwhile? So we're recommending, I should say we're not recommending yet, that's a subsequent slide, but in terms of options, what staff are recommending is option 1, but there are other options available to the board. We could look at trying to redraft the guideline, keep it in place, but have it better comply with the policy manual. We're just concerned about the amount of work that would be required given the current state of the DP. And then the third option for the board would just be keep it as is, recognizing the inconsistencies with the provincial direction. The other 2 format characters we have, and it's a lot of the same issues as the OK Falls multifamily, so I'm not going to spend as much time on the slides, and I'm going to skip through these. But even though it is a mixed use forming character for commercial and residential, there's a lot of the same regulations that we see in the OK Falls multifamily. I've kind of summarized them here. So medium density development should be sensitive to the existing residential context. Again, we think that's a very difficult challenge to meet. Very prescriptive design standards, such as, again, residential units facing a street, having a street orientation, attempting to regulate height, again, through the guidelines as opposed to zoning, and then obviously the landscaping plans being prepared by a professional, again. These DPs, however, a little bit newer, have been subject to more recent review, particularly in Naramata. I think it was 2017 when we looked at it. So not the same extent of problems as the multifamily ones. So we do think that these can be revised, but again, very similar options here available to the board. Repeal, revise, or just keep this as status quo. Protection of farming is the other one that we're recommending repeal on. So it's been in place for about 12 years now. It came out of the agricultural area plan that was prepared, I think at the time for, I want to say Area C and Area A. Yeah, but we never had a similar one. We took a very different approach in Area A in terms of, I think we had policy statements, not necessarily a development permit for protection of ALR lands. But in Area C, it took the form of a development permit. It's a fairly large buffer, 150 meters opposite the ALR boundary. But in the past 12 years, we have yet to issue a protection of farming DP. And so just for the board's benefit, so what this DP is setting out is that it's basically looking for a 50-meter buffer on adjacent parcels to the ALR boundary. It wants to see residential building envelopes established outside of that buffer so that there's a big space between residential uses and adjacent ag. Doesn't want to see any direct road ends from subdivisions butting up against the ALR, because of course that presumes that there's going to be future development into the ALR. Otherwise, why would the road be going there? It's encouraging fencing between the residential use and the farmland, and also encouraging the use of non-invasive species on the residential side, not necessarily the agricultural side. So the issues with this one, the concerns being addressed, could be considered by the board at rezoning as opposed to through a development permit. And again, the 15-meter buffer, particularly given some of the parcel sizes that we're looking at, which is what the image at right is showing, that, I mean, that's a potential hardship. Again, looking at that in the context of the provincial direction to encourage more forms of housing, is that worthwhile retaining? And given the very limited scope of that DP, the fact that we've never issued a DP and there's potentially other ways of dealing with the concerns in the DP, we are recommending to the board that the protection of farming be repealed. But again, as with the other options, there's 3 different routes we could take here. Revising it as an option, as is the status quo, and just leaving it alone. The last 2, which kind of fall within the ambit of the policy manual and the small-scale housing, or watercourse DPs and environmental sensitive DPs. We're not making any recommendations in relation to either one of these at this time. Watercourse DPs, it's because we are a named regional district under the legislation, so our scope to do any changes to watercourse is very limited, almost non-existent. And of course, as the board is aware, environmentally sensitive DPs are the subject of a separate review project, which will sort out any of these questions. So that's the end of this presentation. These just a summary of the specific recommendations that staff are making in relation to repealing the multifamily protection of farming, and then taking a look at the towns and village center DPs to potentially revise any guidelines that might be inconsistent with the direction contained within the policy manual. And I'll touch on this in the next presentation a bit more, but next steps. So there is a statutory deadline, a little bit less for the development permit review, more so for the zoning, but we do have to have the bylaws amended by June 30th under the Local Government Act to ensure compliance with the new direction from the province. And this is kind of out of context, but just a couple of other deadlines that we're currently working towards in relation to small-scale multi-unit housing. We have the housing report by the end of the year, and then more changes by the end of next year that'll have to be done. So that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garish, and I apologize for turning left on you. It seems I have to retrain myself from the scroll down function. Any questions for Mr. Garish, please? Director Taylor, please.
So are 2 quick questions. Are there any form and function references that we're allowed to retain? And second, as an example,
Your mic.
second, so are there any form and function requirements, guidelines that we're allowed to retain? And what about the height restriction that we presently have on our village center zone, which is 15 meters? Is that being changed as well?
Thank you, Mr.
Or am I mixed?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, I apologize, I should have brought a copy of the bylaw with me. There's certainly design standards that we can retain. I think the ones that the province have highlighted are the ones that potentially get into misinterpretation or could potentially bog down a development. But I mean, the ones that come to mind to me are colors of buildings, materials to be used on buildings, which are common design elements in form and character. Those have not been flagged as a concern. And yeah, in relation to height, ideally, I mean, obviously the zoning bylaw establishes a height, and that's probably the one that we should be going with. The policy manual does speak to if there's a desire to have buildings set back either for view considerations or access to sunlight or et cetera, that it shouldn't be I think the typical 3 stories which we see in our bylaw. I think they're encouraging the 4 stories and higher. So we would look at, say, the Oakay Falls Town Center. If there is a setback provision for higher levels in the building, if it's 3 stories, we might come back to the board and say, you know, we think this maybe should be changed to 4 in accordance with the policy manual. So.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any other questions for Mr. Garish, please? I'm not seeing any other questions. We're looking for a motion.
Go ahead.
Tim Roberts here. I wanted to ask a quick question.
Very good, Director Roberts, please.
All right, thank you. Again, this of course not pertaining in Area G at the moment, but when it talks about form and function, and I'm going to use the example, let's say, you know, Headley is like a heritage community, and in regards to its the looks and the appeal of the community. Is this something that you would have to look at another ministry in the government to be able to set a template? So let's say the community of Headley decided that their downtown core, they wanted to have it maintain its historic, rustic, and heritage value. Is this something that would affect that in the future, or is this something that you'd have to look at another level of government to be able to stand up versus the housing issues? So it's just the query is bouncing around in my head. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Garish, please.
So I'll qualify this by saying that, I mean, we don't really have bylaws enacted in relation to heritage conservation or preservation from a form and character perspective. I mean, that's a separate section of the Act. And I mean, there's a lot of obligations that come with that. It's not simply just enacting a bylaw to protect heritage. I think there's requirements for the board to also start potentially collecting taxes to help pay for some of the things it might otherwise want to be proactively doing in relation to heritage, completely separate from the Development Permit Authority. Development Permit Authority does not relate to heritage. So we can do form and character for revitalization of commercial areas, industrial and multifamily, potentially for resort, but not for heritage. But if there was a desire for, say, a place like Headley where there are heritage characteristics, I think the important part of any development permit consideration would be drafting guidelines that try to reflect what it is the community is trying to preserve within the area it's looking at designating, right? But I mean, because it's a hypothetical question, how that would then relate to the direction from the province in relation to small scale housing, I mean, you have to try to balance these 2 competing interests, right?
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Director Roberts, does that answer your question?
Somewhat, but I do get it's something that I look deeper into as I get closer to those kinds of issues. But yeah, I was wondering between the DP versus zoning, et cetera. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Garish? Director Miller, was that a hand? No. Not seeing any at this point. We're looking for a motion here. Anyone care to make one of the motions? Director Taylor? Are you?
Yeah, I'll make the staff motion.
Is there a seconder for the staff motion?
Tim Roberts.
Very good, sir. Any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Good. Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll go on to item C, land use bylaw amendment, small scale multi-house using. CAO, please.
Thank you. The purpose of this report is to provide options to the board in relation to the proposed land use bylaw amendment required to ensure compliance with the recent changes in the Local Government Act. And the recommendation is that the following be applied to the drafting of the new zoning regulation required to ensure compliance with the housing statutes. And they are the setback of principal structures in the proposed RS1 zone be 6 meters front and rear, 1.2 meters interior side, and 3 meters exterior side. Also, the setback for accessory structures in the proposed RS1 zone be 6 meters front, 1.5 meters rear, 1.2 meters interior side, and 3 meters exterior side. Continuing, the maximum building height for a single detached dwelling be increased from 10 meters to 11 meters in the RS and SH zone. A maximum building height of 8 meters for accessory building be introduced. The maximum building height in the RM1 zone be increased from 12 meters to 15 meters. The maximum floor area limit of 125 square meters for secondary suites be deleted. The minimum building width requirement for principal dwelling unit of 5 meters be deleted. The density restriction prohibiting a secondary suite if an accessory building has already been developed on a parcel zone SH3, SH4, LH1, LH2, AG1, AG2, AG3, or RA be deleted. And finally, that the electoral area G and H zoning bylaws be repealed and replaced by a combined Similkameen Valley zone bylaw. Mr. Garish is here to answer your questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garish, please.
Sure, I've got another PowerPoint I'll just get Danny to help me with here. Okay, so as I indicated, there's going to be some duplication, but this is a little bit more context than I had at the beginning of the previous presentation. So as the board is aware, Bill 44 was adopted last November, and there was a lot of provisions contained within it in relation to housing needs reports, increased densities that local governments must now allow in their zones, requirements for OCPs to be updated more frequently. This is more for municipalities, but pre-zoning to accommodate a 20-year housing supply based on your housing need report, and also changes to public hearing requirements, and that's particularly in relation to prohibited public hearing on residential developments. A lot of information, wasn't quite sure how best to structure this for the board, so what we've done here is focus on some timelines. These are all the ones that came out of the legislation, the three that we're focusing on, and the one that's most crucial at this point, particularly in relation to the zoning amendments that are now before you, is the June 30th, 2024, where the province has said that bylaws need to be updated to accommodate their direction on the small-scale multi-unit housing. As I indicated at the end of my last presentation, there's some other deadlines we're also keeping in mind, which is the need for the interim housing needs report by December 31st, and then subsequent OCP and zoning changes again based on that housing needs by the end of next year, 2025. But I'll only be focusing on the June 30th deadline with this presentation, which again is the small-scale multi-unit housing and required OCP and zoning amendments. So I thought, I'm assuming everybody saw the same headlines that we did. A lot of press coverage on this. End of the line for single-family neighborhoods in BC, which is true when you see some of these subsequent slides here. So how the province is tackling this is this concept of a restricted zone, which has been introduced into the Local Government Act. And so for the purposes of the province, a restricted zone is one in which a local government such as the regional district has allowed only the following. So a single family dwelling, duplex, secondary suite, or an accessory dwelling. And so now, any local government that has a restricted zone in its zoning bylaw must, so there's no choice here really, by June 30th, use its zoning powers to do one of the following. allow two dwelling units per parcel, or allow 3 to 4 dwellings. Now, I know the media headlines I had a few slides back said also 6 units. That's not applicable in any which way to the electoral areas. I think that only, and even within the member municipalities, I think it's only Penticton that might be impacted by the requirement for 6, and that's related to transit-oriented development. So again, some just basic background context. So this requirement to allow 2 dwelling units per parcel applies to all communities within the province. The asterisk is that there's one exemption, I think, that's been allowed in relation to hazard lands. So again, within the context of the RDOS, hazard lands, for us, that would be basically the West Bench, because we have a longstanding direction not to increase densities there, and that's supported by various geotech reports that have been done in the past. Now, the requirement for 3 to 4 units applies to the following, and so that would be lands within a regional growth strategy urban containment boundary. So again, within our context, that would be the primary growth areas. But those primary growth areas have to be serviced by local government and water to get the higher density. Now, how are we going to meet these requirements? So in terms of the requirement to allow the 2 dwelling units, it can be in the following forms. So we either allow 1 single detached or 1 suite, or we can allow 1 single detached with 1 detached accessory dwelling. The other option would be a duplex, which is the 2 units, but of course that only really exists where there's servicing in place, such as OK Falls or Apex. Or potentially even Gallagher Lake. So yeah, so this is the form of density increase that we'll have to accommodate in a majority of the electoral areas. And so here's an example that we pulled out of the Okanagan zoning bylaw, OK Falls. And so this is an example of a restricted zone. Now, I just lost my train of thought here. So parcels less than 1 hectare. Yeah, so again, for the board's benefit, kind of a side note with the small-scale multi-unit housing, the province has basically reinforced OBWB's position on development less than 1 hectare. The policy manual is saying on such parcels, the density increase should really only be in the form of a secondary suite, that if there's no water and sewer provided, local government shouldn't be allowing accessory dwellings, which is basically what OBWB has been telling us for the better part of a decade now. The only exception to this, again, which I just mentioned, is duplexes, but that's only where servicing exists. In terms of those locations, which is basically going to be just OK Falls, where we have to allow 3 to 4 dwelling units per parcel, the form that those could take would be apartment buildings, townhouses, duplexes with suites, or single detached. So these are some of the changes that we're going to have to look at. Now, determining if a parcel is entitled to 3 or 4 units, so the criteria that the province has set out is that A, it has to be included within what the province calls an urban containment boundary, which again is our equivalent primary growth area under the RGS. But not only that, it has to have local government, water and sewer. So I'll use the example of Gallagher Lake. Gallagher Lake is it's a rural growth area. But the water and sewer that are provided there are not local government provided. I mean, it runs through us, but it's not coming from us. So it wouldn't apply in that context. Same for Apex. Apex kind of straddles the line between a primary and rural, but the water system and sewer system of Apex are not owned and operated by the RDOS. It's a private system, so 3 to 4 units aren't required. In those communities, it's 2. The exception, of course, is OK Falls, where it is a growth area. We do have water and we do have sewer. And so determining whether it's 3 or 4 units per parcel is parcel size. And the province has set 280 square meters, which is very small, is the dividing line between the 2. And so as I've said, yeah, OK Falls is really the only community that we're looking at where we have to allow the higher density to occur. There's a number of existing residential zones in OK Falls that currently would fall under that category of restricted zone because they only allow either a single detached or a suite. That's going to have to change. We did this might change in future. We did a really quick map analysis just to see how many parcels might have to be 3 versus the 4, and we could only find 1. Which dates back to the original survey plan from the early 1900s. And this is the particular parcel. And so just to give you context, 120 feet in length, 25 feet in width, this parcel would be entitled to 3 units. Every other parcel in OK Falls, from what we can tell, would be entitled to 4. Yeah, well, so I'll get to that in terms of the building envelope that we're being encouraged to consider for some of these lots. And I apologize, I think this slide's a bit out of context because I've already touched on it, but the one and only exemption that exists for all of these requirements is for hazard areas, but it has to be a long-standing or known hazard issue in your community. You just can't try to come forward now with a hazard DP to try to create an exemption. So for us, well, I think that was the concern that the province flagged when they were talking about the criteria that they're looking for to qualify for an exemption. So for our benefit, like we have over 30 years of reports, or not 30 years, but reports going back over 30 years highlighting the West Bench as a concern area. We put Falder in here because we're not quite sure if water scarcity is going to meet the hazard criteria, but we know Falder's had longstanding issues in relation to that, so we're going to reach out to the province and just see if there's any scope for that kind of a consideration as a hazard area. So yeah, some other miscellaneous items before I move on to the building envelope proposals. But as I indicated earlier, 6 units really not applicable anywhere within the whole of the regional district, other than I think a few minor.
Excuse me, could I slip in regards to the hazard?
Yep.
Go ahead, Robert.
Okay, thank you. My question around that is, so for instance, like Area G, that right now, and we've had discussions about, because we don't have zoning, and if we're looking at areas that are constituted as hazardous areas and we zone those, we don't have documentation for long term, but we've got rock slides, we got flooding, we got, so if all of a sudden we put in hazard area zoning, and this is now after this, is that considered kind of like what you were just mentioning as nefarious?
Mr. Garish, please.
Yeah, I don't have an answer for that, and there's, for us, certainly at staff level, there's some uncertainty around that because the province has also indicated that irrespective of hazard considerations, local governments cannot also try to amend their RGS or their OCP or their zoning as it existed on December 7th to try to reduce or change allowances to get out from under these new requirements. And that's also why they put that provision in. You can't repeal your OCP to try to get out from having to comply with some of these requirements. So in relation to your question, I don't know if we were to ever come back to the province and say, well, despite what existed on December 7th, we have now reports, it's been X amount of time, we have concerns about these areas, what has to happen now in order to qualify for this exemption if we didn't have the previous historical documentation to support that, right? I don't know. It's a big question mark for us.
Thank you, sir. Carrying on.
I think there was another question.
Director
Question from Sabrina.
Director Monteith, please.
Thank you. You keep mentioning that it's going to impact all the electoral areas, but I don't see how. Like, example, Cleveland, we don't have community sewer. We have a private water provider. I just don't see how it's going to impact all the electoral areas as you're mentioning. And I also want to flag Twin Lakes as having water scarcity concerns and also advocating for them to be included.
Mr. Garish, please.
Sure. So at the risk of preempting a slide, I think we are required to go through the zoning bylaw and make sure that all the zones that apply to all the residential areas in all of the electoral areas allow for at least the 2 units. And I think since 2002, the board has generally been rolling out amendments as we've reviewed OCPs and zoning bylaws to allow certainly the secondary suites and then more recently the accessory dwellings subject to the OBWB restrictions. So I think for the most part, we've already done most what the province wants to see in terms of the bare minimum 2 units in relation to the restricted zones. There might be a few zones where we haven't done that yet, which we'll have to make changes to. But that when I say all the electoral areas are affected, we need to make sure that all the electoral areas are complying with this. And I'm hopeful that for the most part they are. So.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions before we carry on? Director Pendergraft, please.
Thanks. And on the subject of the hazard areas, it's been long-standing hazard areas for wildfire. is that one considered? Or can you at least ask the province on that one?
We're certainly happy to ask on that one.
Sure.
I will say, I think for the most part, what they're looking for is something like the Clone-Leonoff report that we have for the West Bench, where it was an area-wide study that was done in relation to hazard well before these legislative changes came into effect. And it's not something that the local government is now trying to do in order to get out of any requirements that the province has mandated. So, but we can certainly ask the question.
Well, it's their high hazard mapping that actually shows it. So there shouldn't be an argument there if that qualifies.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm probably running out of time, so I'm going to speed up here. So I covered this in the previous slide. The policy manual is released. The board has to consider it when looking at updating its bylaws by June 30th. So I'll move into the proposed bylaw changes. So we are proposing to, like in accordance with the provincial direction, to create a flexible regulatory approach to small scale housing. We are proposing to collapse 6 of the existing residential zones down into one, apply a new zone to OK Falls because of the different density requirements required there, to preserve the existing West Bench zone as it is. And then the province did make an exception for manufactured home park zones. They aren't required to comply with small scale multi-units, so no changes to the board's RSM1 zone as it exists in the zoning bylaw. So I'll start with the draft RS1 zone. So what we're proposing is that across the board, duplexes and single detached be the principal permitted dwelling types, and that under accessory uses / dwellings, that all the zones allow for secondary suites and accessory dwellings, but of course the asterisk relates to the need for community sewer and water on parcels less than 1 hectare. Setbacks, so the province is encouraging, because of the densities that are going to be required, although less so where it's 2 units, but that the board provide a more flexible building envelope, and so that means reduced setback requirements to parcel lines. So you can see the current setbacks generally, there's slight variations across zones, but generally those are the ones on the left. What's being proposed is on the right, and something similar be applied to accessory structures as well. For building height, the current in the residential zones is 10 meters, 4.5 for accessory. Province is recommending that this be increased to 11, and that a separate allowance for detached accessory dwellings of 8 meters be introduced, and so we're recommending that. Sorry, I'm just jumping a bit here. So if those are the proposed changes to the low density and it goes to 11 meters, then there's really not much difference between the low density and what we see as the medium density development zones. So we're recommending that the RM1 zone be increased from 12 meters to 15 meters. Certainly willing to take direction from the board on this. Maybe 15 meters was a bit of an overshoot, but you can see on the figure here, 4 stories is generally 13 to 14 meters in height, give or take. So we thought 15 meters provides a comfortable buffer for a 4-story structure in a medium density zone. So that's the recommendation. Secondary suite floor area. So the province made changes to the building code in 2019. It removed the 90 square meters or 40% of the principal dwelling unit. We brought proposal forward to the board at that time. The recommendation was 125 square meters in order to allow for comfortably, hopefully, for a 3rd bedroom to be included in a suite. The province is now saying, we made those changes to the building code. We want you to follow suit. Please look at removing restrictions on secondary suites. So that's the recommendation before you, that we remove the 125 and that they not be limited in size. Building width requirement. So again, this just gets back to the direction for a flexible residential zone. So we currently have the 5 meters as originally constructed, and this is to keep single wides out of residential neighborhoods. We're recommending that this be removed, but of course, just flagging for the board, if it is removed, then there's potential for much narrower, either single wide Z240s or even A277s to be placed in residential neighborhoods. The rural density, we're recommending changes here. Currently, the density restriction is on the larger parcels, less than 8 hectares, 1 suite or 1 accessory dwelling unit. We're recommending that those parcels above 1 hectare and less than 8 hectares be allowed both. I'll move into the proposed RS2 zone now, which is OK Falls. So very similar to RS1, except because we have to allow 3 to 4 here, we've added, you can see the apartment building as a principal dwelling type, up to 4 units, or a townhouse as a principal, it could be 3 to 4 units. And I've tried to summarize in one slide the building envelope. So minimum parcel size 1,000 square meters. Our inspiration for that is the RM1 zone, which allows multifamily. It's always been 1,000 square meters. If you're creating new parcels for this, we're recommending 1,000. 3 to 4 units density, the setbacks you can see here. So I will flag the front though. In municipal areas, the province is recommending a 2-meter front setback. But in rural areas where the road network is to a rural standard, they're recommending slightly larger. So of course we feel that applies in OK Falls, and so we're recommending 4 meters, but of course we'll take direction from the board on that. The 11-meter height, 50% parcel coverage, et cetera. So implementation, and I just want to touch on this briefly. So obviously amendments to the Okanagan zoning bylaw are required. Where it gets a little more interesting, or there are potentially more options for the board to consider, is the Similkameen. Area G and Area H do have bylaws. We're looking at 3 options for that. The recommendation is to consider consolidating the 2 into a Similkameen Valley zoning bylaw, but obviously the other options exist for the board. We could simply repeal and replace the existing ones, recognizing that Area H zoning is now one of our older zoning bylaws, or we could simply amend the existing zoning bylaws. And the third option, and I only put it in there because it is an option for your consideration, but I don't know how much support there is for this, consolidating all the electoral area zoning bylaws into one, but I don't think that's what we're recommending. And I just added this slide this morning in case there is questions about it, and I'm going to say I'm not well versed on it because it was only announced Friday afternoon by the province. But they have put out the option for local governments to ask for an extension to having to implement all of these zoning changes to their bylaws. They've imposed a deadline of June 1st, and they're requiring that the extension has to be in relation to one of the following, and this is just a summary to try to get it to fit on the slide. Generally related to infrastructure, so implementing these zoning changes would cause problems in relation to an ongoing infrastructure project, or allowing these kind of density increases would pose a health and safety risk because of the state of the infrastructure and the overload that might occur from this new density, or that there's some other extraordinary circumstance that warrants an extension. The only thing I want to add, though, is that the province is saying do not stop with the preparation of your zoning amendments, because if you don't get the extension granted, you still have to comply with the June 30th deadline. So depending on the direction from the board and how we want to proceed with this, a preliminary thought at the staff level is that potentially OK Falls gets separated out as a separate bylaw amendment if there's a desire to ask for an extension, and because of the state of the infrastructure in OK Falls and the significant increases in density that might be required there. And I already covered that, and that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Did I see a hand from you, Director Taylor?
Yeah, just like to jump on that opportunity. You suggested that we might apply for the extension given the state of our infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a motion, sir?
I'm just not sure where we're at in the whole process of motions.
You can put a pin in that.
At the moment, I'm just...
Director Roberts, please.
Thank you. In regards to the exceptions in the last little bit there, we have 3 zoned areas from private subdivisions, right? And 2 of them, one has minimal water and has an issue with water and access to it, and another one's in a floodplain. So would those 2 constitute like a health and safety issue? Make it that as one. And my other question, my other one is a statement. I know that in regards to your options, the Similkameen, and as you probably already discussed this, so we won't say any further. But so I'll go to the questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Director. Pardon me, Mr. Garish, please.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not sure about the floodplain, but we're happy to ask the province for direction on that. And was that, I can't recall, was that the only question?
The other one was the subdivision that has minimal water.
Mm-hmm.
Like it would be a real challenge for that outfit to be able to expand.
Okay. Yeah, I'd require more investigations on staff's part.
Thank you, sir. Director Federico, please.
Thank you through the chair. I just wanted to put out there that I'm not in favor of the height increases. We've already seen that happen in Naramata, and it's destroying our landscape, and things are just massive. And that's right in the village area. And so I know we have our packing house, which is already pretty tall, and we've got provisions that they can't develop higher than that. So I'm comfortable with that, but some of these increases are just too big. And then has there been consideration of house plexes? Because that, again, with the larger houses that are being built in our area, they may be okay if there was 3 to 4 apartments in them, not just 2. So have we looked into those concepts, and can they be included in this small-scale multi-unit housing?
Mr. Garish, please.
So I have to apologize, I'm not familiar with a houseplex. But so the dwelling types that we've proposed, I mean, the primary difference between an apartment building and a townhouse is one has external access and one has internal access through a hallway, right? And so if it's 3 to 4 units, whether it's a townhouse or an apartment building, we're recommending that that be allowed in those zones where we have water and sewer and have to provide 3 to 4. But in the context of Naramata, that doesn't exist, right? So for Naramata, or for all of electoral area E, is just simply one single detached. And does the zoning allow for a suite or a detached accessory dwelling greater than 1 hectare in area? So that's kind of where we're going with our recommendation.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Garish? I'm not seeing any. Is there a motion to be made? Not seeing anyone eager to make a motion. Mr. Director Taylor, please.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure whether the staff recommendation has to get on the floor first. Okay, so I'd move the staff recommendation, and then as soon as that gets on the floor, I'd like to move an amendment.
Thank you, sir. Is there a seconder? Director Pendergraft? Seconding? Very good. Any questions at this point? Director Taylor, are you making a question on your own motion? Mike?
I'm pleading ignorance. I'm just saying that I would like to see this amended such that Okanagan Falls is addressed separately so that staff can also apply for the extension. And I'd make that, move that.
Ms. Cram, would we do that now, or do we pass the first motion and then amend?
No, if there's a desire to amend the original motion, then it should be made before you vote on. The amendment needs to be voted on before you vote on the original motion.
Thank you.
But at the moment, you only have a mover. You don't have a seconder for it yet.
All right, I was under the impression that Director Pendergraft had seconded, but.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I forgot where it's at now.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah. Let me get back to it. Oh, I know. Wouldn't we want to amend the motion to include all the area? I mean, not amend. Wouldn't we want to postpone for all the areas? That's what I'm trying to get at. Not just area D.
I'll refer to the CAO on that one.
From what I understand, it's very specific. You have to have a reason why you're asking for a amendment. So for OK Falls, it's specifically for the infrastructure. But if there's any other areas, like you're just talking for Area G, that's something that you may want to consider so that we can ask, because the answer may be that it's accepted, that we can ask for a delay. Mr. Garish?
Well, just my quick perusal of the application criteria is it has to be generally related to infrastructure, that there's a concern that this increase in density is going to result in a adverse health or safety impact, or it's going to collapse your infrastructure, like something extraordinary is going to happen in relation to infrastructure. And so for us, that's really just OK Falls, where we have that kind of infrastructure. I mean, Naramata, yes, we have the water system, but it's the density that's being proposed in Naramata, I think, is already in place. Like, there's probably minimal change for that community.
Director Van Elpen, please.
Thank you through the chair to our Director of Planning. So then at Falder is a prime example that should be delayed because we have zoning bylaws out in Falder already that you're not allowed secondary dwellings because of water.
Mm-hmm.
So is that, I'm sorry, I stepped out of the room. Did we touch on that one?
Mr. Garrish, please.
So for Falder, I mean, we're happy to look into Falder for the extension, but I think our first line of questioning to the province on Falder is going to be in relation to the exemption as a hazard area in relation to water scarcity. And if that doesn't work, then we would probably ask about the extension potentially.
Thank you, sir. Director Taylor, please.
So the amendment is for Okanagan Falls, but a question to staff. We have Heritage Hills. They have an infrastructure issue as well, but they are not a local government sewer and water service, so they wouldn't be included in that net in any event. Is that correct?
Mr. Garrish, please.
So this is another question we have to get sorted because Heritage Hills is a rural growth area, not a primary growth area. But it has private water and sewer. But if that was to become public water and sewer, what does that mean in terms of compliance with the small-scale multi-unit housing legislation? And so we need to get direction on that.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions at this point? Director Roberts, please.
Thank you. And we're talking about amendments and that. I'm just hoping to have the amalgamation of the Smilkameen zoning just eliminated off the piece of paper.
I'm sorry, Director Monteith, please.
Through the chair, I'm feeling a bit lost. We were working on reviewing our regional growth strategy, but we never adopted the changes that were proposed. So are we looking at the old regional growth strategy areas, or are we looking at the proposed regional growth strategy area? Because Culleton specifically was looking at becoming a rural growth area, not a, anyways, I'm lost on which one we're looking at to consider, because one has direct implications of supporting this, the other one, no change.
Mr. Garrish, please.
So at this point, we have to go by the RGS that's in place because, yeah, the amendment bylaw hasn't been given a reading or adopted yet. So we're basing it on primary versus rural growth areas, which I know the amendment bylaw was looking at replacing. So we're going by the current bylaw.
Thank you, sir. Director Taylor and then Director Traynor.
My amendment was for Okanagan Falls, but I'm hoping staff will also give consideration to Heritage Hills.
Thank you, sir. Director Traynor, please.
I don't know if this is possible, but would it be worth it, because the RDOS is complicated, like there's a lot of like nuances and all this stuff. Would it be worth it to go to the province first and ask them for direction on these more specific questions and then come back to the board and then vote on this? And then maybe you'd have a bit more clarification on kind of what, like, for example, Falder, whether that can be exempt or not. I don't know, just a suggestion. Getting some clarification, because I think that this is complicated for regional districts to apply to the entire area. Like, there's so many different things going on. So maybe they can offer some guidance on that to make this easier.
Thank you, Director Traynor. Mr. Garrish, please.
Well, I mean, one of our main concerns at a staff level is that we have that June 30th deadline. And so we're just trying to get direction from the board at this point as to, you know, how should we be drafting the zones that we need to respond to this? And at the same time, we can reach out certainly and try to get clarification on some of these questions in relation to the hazard lands and some of the other items that have been raised. But in order to ensure that we are ready for that June 30th deadline, if we don't get any extensions or we don't qualify for any exemptions, direction today would certainly help us with that.
Thank you. Director Conant, please.
Thanks. I just wanted to say through the chair that the housing workshop last week in Vancouver was very helpful, very complicated, lots of really good presentations, but I don't know if this helps everyone or not, but every single municipality that spoke or at microphones or was on panels, they were all setting their hair on fire. So there's going to be a lot of, because of the deadlines that all of them have to meet with this.
Thank you, Director Conant. Director Taylor, please, I saw your hand up. Director Pendergraft, then.
Just another one to ask of the province is it's complicated in Area A, the Northwest Sewer section, because it's supplied by the town. They also supply some water out there to sections of that. So there will be sewer and water in some places. That might need to be a separate question to the province, just to flag that.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any other questions at this point? So we have to make an amendment motion, do we not?
The amendment motion's already on the floor, I think. We just have to call the question.
Is it seconded?
Yes.
Thank you. Very good. Calling, any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Right, any opposed? Seeing none, amendment carries. Calling the question, the original motion, staff motion, I believe it was, with the amendment. Any questions on this motion? Director Coyne, please.
Director Roberts asked, I don't know if that was supposed to be a motion or what, the Simone coming out of this, is that on this or is that separate?
Can make that amendment.
Care to make that amendment, Director Roberts?
Yeah, I'd like to make the amendment that the amalgamation of area G and H be removed.
Is there a seconder? Director Coyne, Jr. Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Director Gettens, you're opposed?
No, slow hand.
All right. Seeing none opposed, that motion, amendment carries. Back to the
Main
staff
motion.
recommendation, the question. Any questions at this point? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Moving on to the next one, we're past our time here, and I can see how this is something that's an ongoing discussion. Would it be worthwhile to put this off for another date?
That would be my recommendation. And
do we need a motion to do that or just a recommendation? Very good. Recommend put this off until we've had our discussions on this topic. Thank you. Looking for a motion to close the planning and development motion. Director Weaves, second. Director Dorigo, all in favor? Meeting closed.
thank you, Director Knodel. That moves us straight into environment and infrastructure, and I'll turn it over to Director Taylor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Call the meeting of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee to order at 10:15. So first off, we have approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda, please? Seconded? Good, thank you. I'll call the question right away. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. We've got an agenda. So first up is delegation on the Solid Waste Department Board orientation. So over to the CAO for a brief introduction.
Thank you. So this is something new where I've asked each department to draw numbers to make a presentation about their own department, who they are, what they do, and a organizational chart. So Mr. Andrew drew the first card. He's number one, and I'm just going to ask him to start making the presentation.
Yeah, go ahead then, Mr. Reader.
Sure. So yeah, I'm certainly the lucky one who drew the first lot, but what I'd like to do, if you're okay with this, is I'll answer questions as we go. What I'm intending to do is just go quickly through an orientation about what we do and then look at some of the projects. First of all, just wanted to introduce some of our key staff and team. So with that, Mike Cross is our solid waste facilities supervisor. We've got Wendy with us, Wendy Bennett. And Wendy, along with Mike, runs our facilities. So these are the folks that are making things happen in the field. And then with me also is Rahul Khatri. And Rahul helps us with some of the projects that we're working on right now. And then last but not least, and our team here that's here today is Michelle. And Michelle is our admin assistant, but really is the glue that keeps us all together. So, okay. Total staff, we've got about 24 in our complement is our group. In terms of, I think we're going to go down the other way. There we go. Just in terms of orientation, this gives you an idea of what our actual catchment areas are with our landfills. So I think I've said 7 facilities, but we've actually got 8. And that what's missing on the drawing there is actually Apex. But we have 5 landfills that service all those areas. And so those catchment areas that you see there are where the landfills service all those communities. So you can see that we've got Osoyoos as a landfill, Oliver as a landfill, Princeton, Summerland, and Campbell. And then the other facilities are Karamias and Apex transfer stations. And I've tried, the populations on this drawing are a little old, but in the top left corner you can see the populations that serve each are served by each landfill. Just to give you a quick overview, so there's 3 landfills. 2 of them are sanitary landfills, which means that they take just regular household waste. One of them is a DLC facility. We have 2 transfer stations, Karamias, Apex. Karamias is a staffed transfer station. And then we have 9 curbside services, 2 recycling depots, a hazardous household waste facility, a legal dumping program, 2 composting facilities, 1 that's currently under construction, 1 that's just complete. And then we also have a series of, I guess you call them material recovery functions. So these are things like tires, things that we work through Recovery BC. Just quickly to show you some of the facilities that we have. So this is our biggest facility, Camel Mountain. This one has a depot, has the composting facility that is the biosolids composting that City of Penticton has. And it has the hazardous household waste facility as well. Oliver, this is our second biggest landfill. And this one has now a composting site as well as our landfill facility. So this is what the composting looks like. Oliver, this is kind of interesting. We're actually the first group in the province that actually has a material recovery facility. So for construction waste. And we actually recycle or reuse about 93% of the material that comes through, which is it's very low tech what we do, but believe it or not, there's no other place in BC that actually does this. So it really is a feather in our cap. One of the things that we've just recently added to this was our RV deconstruction. And so we're in the process of trying to work through some of the bugs with that. But we are starting to take a few vehicles and deconstruct those and then put them through the facility as shown here. This is our Apex transfer station, so it's unmanned, but provides some paper recycling as well as refuse. Caremius transfer station, just a general layout, and provides most of the services that you see at Oliver. It just doesn't bury the waste. And this used to be a landfill, and we are looking at finally closing it, but this is what the facility is about. Curbside collection, so we provide services to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and I, and Caremius. And those consist of recycling, yard waste, large item pickup, future food waste, and then recycling is funded through Recycle BC. So we are actually part of the benefit of what we have with this program, or how we're able to keep some of the costs a little bit lower, is by providing that recycling function. Some of the other programs that we have are legal dumping. We, the board may not be aware, but we actually fund all the landfills. So any waste that's found on Crown land can have the tipping fees waived. Like for example, Summerlin landfill or Princeton landfill or Soyuz landfill, if there is illegal dumping, we can cover the fees for those costs. We also provide education in our schools and into our communities. So we'll meet with the elderly, we'll meet with the construction groups, and we do quite a bit of work in the classrooms. And the classrooms, believe it or not, that's where we actually see a lot of the real change occur. So when we're looking at attaining diversion, you teach the kids and they teach the parents, which is a bit insidious, but it seems to work. Solid waste management planning. So this is the legal framework in which all of our facilities are legalized, and it's also our strategic document and how we look at reducing, reusing, recycling, and recovering. And it funds our education programs, our Bear Smart and Wild Safe programs as well. So that's what that function does. We are currently, and I'll talk a little bit later about the solid waste management plan. We're actually reviewing that right now. You know, there are some changes that hopefully we'll be able to include in the plan and look at some opportunities. Other programs that we have, so we have a multi-material BC. It used to be called that. Now I think it's called Recycle BC. And we have a series of depots and obviously our curbside program. The depots are at Camel Mountain, Caremius, and Oliver. Caremius is sort of a half one, but does provide functions. Keep going here. All right. Doesn't want to keep going. There we go. Hazardous household waste, and then the extended producers programs. And these are things like Bacoma, which is the oil, batteries, tires. That program, I think, is going to be expanding to include mattresses soon, is what I understand. And then we also deal with wood waste, and quite a bit of it. So we deal with that, yard waste and agricultural food waste as well, or agricultural waste as well. Some of the projects, and I'll spend a little bit more time on this. Some of the things that we're looking at right now, I think you're aware of the 1313 Grayback composting project. So right now we've retained a design firm to go through the entire design process. So that is underway. We'll be looking at some approvals for non-farm use applications. So this is to assist the city of Penticton, and then we'll be moving forward into detailed design and tender construction. This one is very time sensitive. We've got very limited time window in which to complete this. So we are moving very, very quickly. Some of the projects that we're working on, one of the ones, because we are running out of space at the Camel Mountain landfill, where we have been traditionally moving our wastes, is into an area we're calling it to the North Ravine. So this means a series of berms, wells, access roads. And so that construction is going to be happening this year. We've already decommissioned some of the old wells that are in that area, and then we'll be looking at filling wastes into this yellow triangle area that we're looking at in the near future. Boy, this doesn't want to click downwards. I think it has a mind of its own. There we go. One of the other things that we're looking at too is a revised design, operations, and closure plan for Campbell. So this is required every 5 years, and the reasons for it is that we see different population, we make projections for its closure, and then we may have also opportunities to look at how we can improve the design. So it's required every 5 years that we actually look at that plan, and we're at that point in time, and we're reviewing that right now as we speak. So this is one of the big projects. Sorry about that, folks. This button does not want to cooperate with me. Maybe. Some of the other programs that we have are, I think I've already covered all this stuff. In a second here. I may need some help, Danny. There we go. Okay, so one of the other parts that we'll be looking at, let's get back to the one. Okay, there we go. So BioCover. So one of the things that we've been approved for, and this is, again, one of the innovations that we've got in the province. So we're actually the first landfill approved in BC to have or be approved for use of a BioCover. And the BioCover or a gas collection system or destruction system of methane is required simply because of the size of this landfill. If it was a smaller landfill, that would not be required. And what the intent is to do is to cover parts of our landfill that are closed, and then that would in fact destroy some of the GHGs that are created. And we have some challenges that are unique for our landfill. So one of the challenges is that we have a very low rainfall. Because of that, we don't see a large amount of GHGs that are created, so we can't actually harvest it and get money back for some of that methane. And then it also adds an extreme fire risk. So in our landfills in the past, we've had fires occur simply because what we've done is by having air portals into our landfill, we have had underground land fires in the past, and that's been very expensive to put out. So this is a much better solution for us. And again, it's fairly innovative, and we'll be working through the design this year on creating a BioCover and then moving forward in the near future. One of the other benefits is that the waste products that may come out of our composting, either with the new 1313 grayback or from the city with their biosolids, that compost material can actually be used to create that BioCover. So if there are materials that you can't sell, can't go to market, say for example from the biosolids processing, it can actually be used at the landfill. So that's a very positive thing. One of the other items that we'll be working on, so once we finished up the North Ravine, we'll actually have to be moving into constructing a liner. We have the landfill, it's called an attenuation landfill, which is the Camel Mountain landfill. But the new legislation says that any new areas are required to actually have liners. And so one of the new areas that we'll have to build is into that yellow box in the corner there. And it will take several years to develop. So there'll be quite a bit of geotechnical work that needs to take place, and then a series of liners. And you can sort of see what that looks like in the bottom picture there. It shows basically high-density polyethylene cover that goes underneath. And then there's a collection system that goes with to collect any of the leachate. One of the other things that we'll be looking at in the future is to create dual scales. Our scale right now, we've ordered a new one to replace the existing scale because it's about to fail. And we're really just hoping that we won't see it fail. But we'd be looking at replacing the existing scale. I think in April is when we've got the time frame scheduled. So that's a bit of an emergency work. But in the future, we are looking at trying to dual the scales on the site, and that's the intent, is to really reduce some of the lineups that we might see. We're working on our curbside collection. So this, I think you're aware, we've had some discussions on our last board about what that might look like in terms of a contract. We'll be moving forward with that and coming back to the board with a contract and its scope. And then we will need to move forward also with carts as well. So that's going to be a significant effort on our part. So whether or not we do food waste collection or not, we still need carts, and there's going to be a significant rollout that's associated with that. So that's going to be quite a job, and then there's going to be quite a bit of education that's going to be required. So any new program, we'll have to tell folks. I think there's a question.
Sorry. Director Monteith.
Thank you. Andrew, could you remind me when we're expected to move towards the carts? Is there a timeline?
Sure. So the carts will need to be, our new contract will start because our old one is ending on June 30th of next year. So we will have to have everything in place by July 1st. And the rollout will need to occur in the spring of next year, would be the timing. We've been in discussions with our member municipalities, and we think that working together with them for the purchase would be helpful, mostly for our member municipalities who already have the systems in place in the replacement of the carts. So by working together, what we can do is have carts that might have everyone's logo on it that can be used in different areas, if that makes sense. So we might have a logo that says RDOS, City of Penticton, and by having all the different areas together, what we can do is when we have to replace a cart, we have a pool of carts to pull from. So it's a little cheaper to buy it, a little cheaper to maintain it. And anyway, that's what we're thinking is sort of a method moving forward. One of the other things that we'll be looking at bringing forward or discussing with the board is the possibility of using AI to determine contaminants in our waste management systems. So those would be cameras and computers that are on board each of the trucks. And what they can do is identify contaminant and then send out a postcard to somebody who may have put something improperly inside either recycling or composting.
If I could, we've only got about 4 or 5 more slides. I'm going to suggest you run through the rest of your project and we'll take questions at the end then. We're also pushed for time, so I'm just thinking that might address the whole thing.
Sounds good. So Oliver, we're just in the process right now. Today, one of our staff members is actually out in Oliver commissioning the blowers, so we're pretty much ready to go. This is our first year operation, so we're trying something new. And we'll be looking at our procedures and seeing how to make things work efficiently. So basically, we're going to be starting with our yard waste. And then what we'll be also looking at is a marketing study to look at a price point for selling our compost and what that might look like. So who are we selling it to? What's the price that we sell it at? And then obviously we've got some education to do as well. Caremius landfill closure. So we've completed recently a geotechnical review of the landfill. What it actually told us is that we actually need to put in a new monitoring well. So we'll be looking at installing that this year and then negotiating the closure requirements. And our intent is to try to make those requirements as minimal as possible so that those costs are not going to be high. And then lastly, last slide, we have our solid waste management plan. So the PAC, the Public Advisory Committee, Technical Advisory Committees have been formed, and we're just setting up our first meetings to go through the plan. The intent with the plan itself is to legalize some of the existing facilities that have been recently built. So these are all the composting facilities that we have. And then look at opportunities on where we can further divert waste and operate our systems more efficiently. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Okay, questions from the board. Director McCordoff, and then Director Conans. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. In terms of looking at having to build more homes on taking up more space on a piece of property, and looking at the 3 large carts that everybody needs, I'm just wondering, you may not know this, Mr. Reader, but I'm just wondering if there is any possibility on multi-family homes to amalgamate some of them and to not have 4 yard waste in 4 small places. I know, like in Vancouver, there is one central place, was in my daughter's condo, in her apartment building, and that was for all the food waste, rather than having 4 separate. Has that been looked at? And it may not be you that has to look at that, but it just occurred to me that might be a concern.
Mr. Reader?
Thank you.
It is a concern, and certainly something that I think probably be best to look at in our solid waste management planning processes, and they really tie into our development processes more than anything. And I know in Whistler, for example, we looked at development permitting processes in order to ensure that there was recycling. I think at that time there was no compost pickup, but we made sure that there were bins for recycling as well as refuse. And certainly that's been a deficiency in some of our areas. Apex comes to mind. And we could certainly, I think that would be certainly one of the things that probably from our solid waste management planning process, I think that would be where it would be advisable to look at.
Thank you. Director Conans.
Yeah, just quickly, when Penticton transferred over through the chair to the bin system, the garbage system, there were literally hundreds, if not thousands, of old bins in the landfill, just piled up in the garbage. And it was seriously an environmental disaster. And I just hope that there might be some thought into what we can do with those, or maybe some other jurisdiction may want them or something. It was really terrible.
Okay, I'm not sure that's a question, but staff take that under.
Question is there a way to think about that in the future?
Yeah, I think we'll have to certainly consider that in the rollout that we do. I'm not sure what the answer is to that. Honestly, there's going to be some growing pains in the switchover for sure.
Okay, I'll take Director Federico, but I'd also like our CAO to, well, I'm cognizant of time and we're way over. And I'm just wondering, in the grand scheme of the whole day, can we keep going with the next presentation as well?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
All right, Director Federico.
Thank you, through the chair. Do we have any kind of system that diverts some of the waste that's going there, in terms of, like, we have a massive stack of bikes that are there. Some of those are still in decent shape, and we have a nonprofit in town who fixes them up, and resells them for income to their nonprofit. So it's kind of disheartening to see this giant pile of bicycles at the landfill that some of them are still decent that could be going elsewhere, or like books or other items that end up there that could be at other facilities, kind of going back into our economy, back into the system, sort of in that sustainability realm.
Mr. Reader?
Yeah, we used to do that, and I'm not sure what happened, why that may have stopped. I'll need to check back or get back to you on that.
Thank you. Director Roberts?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just make it quick. I just saw a program just recently about a community in the States that has a recycling program where they encourage people to, rather than put it in the dump, it goes to an area in the community center, and then there's volunteers that work together to get the old fan working or the radio or that kind of things. And it's whether or not we're thinking down the line in regards to, redirecting some of these things and getting it to be recycled in a manner of repaired.
Okay, to Mr. Reader?
I know that they were in Kelowna. We were looking at repair workshops is more, and that what you do is you get members of the sort of fix-it people, and they get together and they basically have people can come in and bring in their old toaster and then try to get that working again as opposed to throwing it out. And we haven't looked at that here, but that's certainly something we could look at. I know, like I said, I know it's being done in a few communities. I'm not sure how that would work, but I think we could certainly look at that and see if that's possible.
Thank you. Not seeing any more questions here. So with that, Mr. Reader, I'd like to thank you for your presentation, and I'd also like to thank the rest of staff for coming in and watching and being ready to back up your fearless leader. So thank you very much. So CAO, Mr. Zaffino, can you introduce our next presentation?
Yes, thank you. So this is in regards to the universal metering implementation plan. And the purpose is to introduce rationale and scheduling for installation of water meters in all water system owned and managed by the RDOS. And the staff recommendation is that the board directs staff to proceed with the presentation of a detailed universal installation plan and bring it back to the board for consideration. Staff is here, I believe, with a presentation also.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield, or who?
I'll be presenting today. My name is Shelley Fiorito. I am the project coordinator within the Utilities Department and the lead on the universal metering plan. So I'm just going to go through a few quick slides today just to give you a rough idea. It kind of follows through with the report that you received. How do we work this thing? Okie dokie, sorry. So why meters and why now? So what we're looking at is with the water systems that are managed and owned by the RDOS, we have some concerns with efficiency improvements that are needed. And one of the easiest ways to address the overconsumption and pressure on our systems is to implement the metering. And it's proven to reduce residential use by somewhere between 30 and 45%. And then reducing the residential or the pressure and the use on the system also helps to extend the lifespan of our infrastructure and improves resiliency within the fluctuations and weather patterns that we've seen in recent years. Our approach is to be more proactive than reactive as far as planning is concerned to help reduce the costs associated with maintaining these utilities. And then we're looking at our water restrictions and managing the limitations for supply. So what we found with our systems is that when we implement the water restrictions throughout the summer, we're not necessarily seeing a reduction in the system. It may be for weather related, but it can also be for infrastructure concerns. And without the meters, we can't really assess the benefits that we're seeing with implementing the water restrictions. So the meters will allow us to do that. And it also helps us when we are looking at the limitations in our infrastructure So we're talking about pumps not being able to keep up with the demand of the system, or reservoirs aren't staying at a safe level during high temperature events or low rain events. The systems that we do have, there's 10 across the region, and currently there's only one that's fully metered. We've got a variety of water sources, treatment requirements, user types, and the levels or numbers of connections associated with each of the systems. So we're focusing this plan on our residential users across the region, and that would account for roughly 3,200 connections. And that's just an image of what we're proposing. So it would be the white portion is the pit for the meter, and then you have the cap, and that will all be buried underground at the frontage of the property so that it's accessible for staff and operators. The proposed meters are Neptune technologies. So what we've done is we've had, with our fully metered system, we're using Neptune currently, and we would like to maintain that service. We found that it's reliable and familiar for operators and staff, so it would cut back on costs as far as having to implement new software, purchase new hardware, and we do have good options for level of technology and user functions for both operators and residents. So some of the options that are available, AMR versus AMI. So what we're referring to here is the process in which the meter readings are taken by the staff. So currently we have AMR is connected to our fully metered system. So what's required is an operator has that little suitcase in his car and drives around at the end of the month, every month, to remotely access the meter readings and upload them to the system. And we also have the leak detection program that's available with those monthly readings to work with residents that have concerning water consumption. So the second option is AMI, so that's a little bit more advanced. This is a fully automated system that collects the data. You have these large boxes that are mounted throughout the community, and they are automatically reading, I think it's a 15-minute interval. So you've got nonstop data coming into the system that we can look at, as opposed to having that one monthly number that we're getting with the AMR system. So there's no operator time needed to collect those readings for utility billing at the end of the month. We've got that data available to us constantly. So our leak detection program, it's available for both AMR and AMI readings. And what you get is a flag will show up as either continuous or intermittent when we receive our meter readings. So what it's doing is detecting irregularities in the flow patterns that it's noticing that coming through each of the meters. So it can be activated by accessing the meter pit, and an operator or staff has to go out and manually do that. And the graph at the bottom just shows you the data that we receive. It also comes with a 40-page spreadsheet to go along with that graph. But basically what it's showing is that the height of the graph is the consumption, that daily consumption. And then the little colored boxes at the bottom there, the navy blue and the purple show, those are the flags for either continuous or intermittent leaks at the bottom. So if it's white at the bottom, there's no concerns with the flow pattern. And it kind of learns as it goes. And if your consumption or the flow pattern changes, it will learn that that's, or if you change your consumption, it will learn that that's your normal pattern and adjust the flags accordingly. So as far as the installation process, when we're looking at scheduling how we implement the meters, we've set a priority system for which water systems will be addressed first. Some of the things that we've looked at is the size of the system, the overall consumption. So that goes back to the idea that if there's concerns with the pumps or concerns with the reservoirs, that's a higher priority system that we need to be concerned about. We look at the age of the infrastructure, and then we also consider the capacity of the system and how heavily it's taxed. So if the residents are using more, users are using more than what we can manage with our infrastructure,
that's one that we want to address first. And then we've planned for a phased approach with the installation just to kind of ease the cost and disruption with users. So the final piece of this implementation plan would be to introduce a tiered billing structure. We've reviewed at managed water systems across the southern interior, and tiered water rates seem to be incorporated, or it's encouraged, encouraging residents to manage their consumption independently. So it makes it a little bit easier to manage our systems if residents are cooperating and reducing it without us having to chase that down. The final piece is the mock billing period. So introducing the tiered billing structure, there'll be an education component to this. So we'll introduce that to everybody. And then also provide with their regular utility billing, they will receive a mock bill with the new tiered structure for 12 months, just so that people can kind of recognize how their billing is going to change, and it gives them the opportunity to change their consumption patterns and hopefully reduce the cost of the new billing structure prior to it coming into force. So that is actually all I have for the presentation. So if you have any questions.
Thank you. Question from Director Van Alpen.
Thank you, Director. My favorite topic, water meters. We've been through this in Summerland for many years, and what has been found is the biggest consumer of water is ag. Why would we not start with agricultural first and then phase into residential after? Because I can't remember the numbers, maybe Director Traynor could help me, but I think 80% of our water is used by agricultural users. So as myself with a farm, you know, the education process, once we switched over to meters, we found a drastic reduction in water consumption. And I think being that we were the biggest users, so I don't know, why are we starting with residential and not with ag? Thank you.
Question to Ms. Fiorito.
So we don't want to, as far as agricultural users are concerned, the main thing or the main reason we aren't addressing that first is that we have very few connections that are agricultural associated with systems that are run by the RDOS or owned by the RDOS. It's very minimal. Secondly, we don't want to inhibit food security in the region. That's not something that we manage at all. So we don't want to interfere with livelihoods or, like I said, the food security topic within the region. Residential use, we're focusing on that because there is residential outdoor use is the second highest category within that water use within the region. So we can definitely influence outdoor water use as far as landscaping is concerned. And that's what we're targeting more than addressing agricultural.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Other questions, Mr. Director Bush, followed by Director Federico.
Yeah, so will we be getting the cost differences between the two metering systems? One being that it self-records or whatever, and the other being that we have a meter person running around. Will we be getting those comparative costs?
To Ms. Fiorito.
Yep, that'll all be included in the report. We'll compare cost comparison versus staff time. There is a clear difference in having the collectors that are giving us the 15-minute intervals and talk about the data that we're receiving and the benefits that we would receive from having that as well.
Thank you. Director Federico.
Thank you, through the chair. Two quick questions. One, do these meters qualify for a grant under the Okanagan Basin Water Board? And two, understanding that backyard watering is significant usage, but looking at food security and understanding whether this backyard usage is for their own garden purposes. Like I know at our house, most of our yard is garden, not lawn. So we're on a drip system and whatnot, so understanding that, but just how do we encourage more backyard, front yard gardening without, hindering this in their water usage.
Ms. Fiorito?
Yep, so that's all actually addressed in our water use regulation bylaw. There are restrictions when we do put water restrictions into place. It does address lawns and new landscaping first, goes through kind of that level of, lawns are the first thing to go. Sprinklers are wasteful means of watering your landscaping, so drip irrigation is definitely preferred, and there's different rules that apply if you have drip irrigation. So there are already mechanisms in place to protect those types of things. And vegetable gardens are also have kind of a separate category in our water restrictions as well.
Thank you, Ms. Fiorito. I've got Director Knodel followed by Director Monteith.
Thank you, and through the chair. I would like to know approximately what is the cost of each of these vaults to the homeowner?
Okay, to staff.
So I can give you an estimate of what the cost is today, but it's very difficult to predict what the cost specifically is going to be to each homeowner or each connection, just because it's going to depend on the excavation process, whether you're digging through soil or you're having to work through some rocky landscape subsurface. The size of connection is relevant, and I think we've all seen the cost of construction. Once we get an RFP out, we'll be able to provide more solid numbers. So it's tricky at this point. For today, we're looking at.
For my purposes, I have a follow along on this.
Today, our estimate is probably $3,500 per connection.
All right, very good. What I am going to be asking that Willowbrook be postponed for a number of years, at least 2 years. Out of the 5 areas in the South Okanagan, Area C is the lowest income, with Willowbrook being probably the lowest income in that area, predominantly low income and fixed income residents in the 82 hookups, all inside one aquifer that's fed by one aquifer. So a leak would go back into the aquifer. I do realize the value of the system, but just for context right now, I have at least 2 residents that are deferring taxes and 3 more that are shopping regularly at the food bank and adding $3,500 to their bills at this point. We're predominantly an agricultural area. Most of these people work in agriculture, and we kind of know where agriculture is for the next 2 years. Getting more of a problem isn't really a solution, in my opinion. A couple of years would give a chance to start looking at grants for low-income areas. There's no agriculture inside Area C, but it is surrounded by agriculture that we have seen drastically affects our water table. One particular user lowers our water table by 2 inches when he turns on his irrigation. It sustains at 2 inches, but it's substantial. So, we're almost beating the dead horse at this point. So I'm going to be asking for a postponement in the Willowbrook water system. I will be having a chat with Ms. Blumfeld and Director Zaffino in regards to Gallagher Lake. That's a system that we sort of have involvement in, but I'm not sure how we're going to roll that one out. Anyways, just to be aware, we'll be asking for a postponement. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Knodel. Actually, you touched on one point and one question that wasn't answered by Director Fedrigo, and I don't think about the opportunity for grants. Can either of you speak to that?
Yeah, I can talk to that. We definitely can look for opportunities for grants. Absolutely. It's also a great thing to put in for gas tax. That could be something easily funded through gas tax. A lot of the time when we do infrastructure projects and we replace like a water line, all the connections that we put in, we'll put in the pits at the same time. And usually those are funded by grants because they're usually quite high expensive costs. But yeah, we'll we will look for any kind of grants available. The OBWB ones, we did have a pilot in Naramata that we had funded from OBWB years ago, but specific metering projects, they don't typically fund those, so.
Thank you, Ms. Bloomfield. Other questions? Apparently I have, Director Gettens.
Thanks, Chair. Lisa, I'm just looking at the capital budget in the report, and then I see for Willowbrook, it's, 17K, 20K, 30K, 30K, and then Falder it's 100K, 120K, but I think the two systems are on similar properties on it. So I'm curious why the numbers are so different. And then with Falder, for 2025 up to 2028, we're looking at about 100 to 120K a year. Is that ongoing, or is that can you just explain this capital budget to me a bit more? I don't understand why they're so different.
So that was actually a question I sent to Ms. Bloomfield last night, so I think she's ready for it. Go ahead.
You bet. Yeah, the way it was recorded in the capital budget for Falder is basically we were going to get it all finished in a matter of a few years. Those costs also take into account, we know that there's a lot of rock, and we would have to replace all of the service connections as well, because we know that we're having multiple issues with leaks in Falder. So that was all kind of wrapped into all of those together. For Willowbrook, what we are doing right now is we're trying to, we have to replace a couple of services every year. So when we do that, we might be able to do three services a year, but we would add the pits in at the same time, and it would probably take 10 years to do. That's why it's spread out. The report only kind of shows 5 years, but if we looked at the whole capital plan, some of them show it actually goes for about 10 years.
So if I may, Chair, as a quick follow-up.
Carry on.
Yeah, thanks. So as somebody in West Bench, I'm a huge advocate for this. It has been a game changer having our homes metered in West Bench. When I look at this and I hear what you're saying, Director Canola, but when I look at a gas tax of 17K, then 20K the following 30K, that's so the residents don't have to pay the $3,500 hookup. Is that correct, Lisa?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really great use of gas tax. Not telling anybody how to do it, but this is something that I would fund for Falder for sure. It's such a valuable tool. So I think that's great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I've got a question or just a suggestion. If you're looking for a community to possibly consider a comparable, to like parts of the community, and how you could demonstrate to the rest of the community how the guys with meters reduce their consumption to such and such, and the guys without meters stayed at such and such. I think I'd be interested in sticking Okanagan Falls forward as a possibility for that. Thank you. Is that a hand up still, Director Knodel?
It's a request or a re-comment.
Okay, go ahead, followed by Director Gettens.
To answer Director Gettens saying you might try building a fire hall. It's going to take me at least 2 years for my gas tax monies to recover after the fire hall adjustment in Willowbrook. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Director Knodel. And to Director Gettens.
If the RDOS takes on a new system, is it required that they go on meters? I'm just thinking of Heritage Hills and Sage Mesa. So if that moves forward, is it part of our acquisition policy to have new systems that the RDOS takes on metered?
You're asking the wrong guy. I'll look to staff here.
It isn't at the moment, but it is in our water regulatory bylaw to bring in meters into our water systems. When we bring in a new water system, it's part of what we will evaluate. Like Sage Mesa, for example, that has to be metered. So it will be built right into the costs. For Lakeshore Waterworks, if we end up acquiring that system, that is something that I am planning to build right into the costs as well. So it is something that, because we're moving in this direction now, I think it should be something that we automatically add in and address.
That might be something we look as a future policy thing then, that if we take over a system, we build into the planned cost, that
Exactly.
adaptation. Yeah, okay. Any other questions? I know we're really pushed for time here. We're way over. I'm not seeing any. We have a motion on the floor. Well, we're looking for a motion, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we're looking for someone to make the motion, the staff recommendation made. Seconded? Thank you. Motion's on the floor that the board direct staff to proceed with the preparation of a detailed universal installation plan and bring it back to the board for consideration. Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Seeing none, thank you very much. I've got a question from Director Federico.
Yep, sorry, afterthought. I have a water committee. Is it appropriate to be able to bring this to the committee for feedback, thoughts? And when would that be appropriate?
To Ms. Bloomfield.
Yeah, definitely. We could definitely come and talk to I could talk to the NWAC about it. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's it for our agenda. I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Made, seconded. Thank you. We're adjourned.
Okay, thank you. We would
I have to
normally
ask everybody, but we'll let that one go.
All right. We'd normally be going to the corporate services, but I'm going to suggest maybe we do the hospital district meeting first and then the corporate services just prior to the regular board. So I'm going to go to Director Johansson for the hospital district. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, but I'm going to just pass it over to the Vice Chair, Tim Roberts, who's in attendance there. I think it'll just be a little easier. I'm here as well, but I think it'd just be easier with Tim in the room. Thank you.
No problem. Director Roberts.
Perfect. I'd like to call the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District meeting to order at 11:11. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? I have that seconded as well. All in favor? Perfect. Any against? All right. Seeing none. Next is a motion to accept the minutes of the previous first and second. All in favor? Any against? Oh, thank you. Now I'd just like to pass on to the CAO in regards to the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District 2024 to 2028 5-year fiscal plan bylaw number 171, 2024.
So thank you. So this is asking the hospital board to read the budget for the 2024 to 2028 5-year financial plan, a third in adoption. As stated at the first and second reading, the board has decided to fund the projects at 30% instead of 40% and use the cash flow method, which results in a 6.65% increase, and it also includes some transfers to reserves. So the recommended motion is that bylaw 171, 2024 being a bylaw of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to adopt the 2024-2028 5-year financial plan be read a third time and adopted. Just one thing that the IHA called me because they knew what happened about the 30%. They wanted to state that they will not necessarily be looking for to top up that 10% that they no longer get. So it may be it's now their decision on which equipment they will have to purchase or not to meet our budget, the new budget that they have.
All right. So we're going to go to any questions first. We can make the motion. Are you making the motion recommended? We have one. We have it seconded. All in favor? All right. Any opposed? All right. So, done deal? I didn't give much room for questions, but I didn't see a lot of people chomping at the bit. Okay. All right. Adjournment. Any motion to adjourn? Thank you. Seconded? All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Roberts. We'll call the Corporate Services Committee meeting to order, looking for a motion on the agenda, just the one item, which is the SILGA resolutions. Mover for the agenda, moved. Seconder. Thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. I'll go to the CAO to introduce this.
So thank you. This is in regard to the South Interior Local Government Association, otherwise known as SILGA, a resolution. So the board's being asked to consider resolutions that was brought forward to you. And at this stage, staff's going to be presenting them, and you may wish to decline or accept them.
Okay, so I'm assuming that's Jillian that's gonna
Yes, Jillian?
bring them up. Do you want to go through them just one at a time here then, and we'll
Sure.
vote on it? Go ahead.
I believe that everything has been sent out to directors. Some were attached to the agenda and some were sent out as late as yesterday afternoon, I believe. So to go through them one at a time, we have the one about Board of Variance. This comes from administration. The bottom line is that be it resolved that the UBCM requests the provincial government that the Local Government Act be amended so the establishment of Board of Variance by a local government is optional. I can read the whereas clauses if you'd like.
I think everybody had a copy of it, so it shouldn't be necessary, but if someone needed that, let me know. Okay, is there a direction we'd like to go with this one? This is probably not a bad thing. Not necessarily will we get it, but you don't get if you don't ask. Someone prepared to support this one? Or should I just go by consensus? If nobody says no to it, I'll approve it.
I'll just mention that these will be coming forward to this afternoon's or the later meeting where we need the board to endorse each one to move it forward.
Okay, and they'll be dealt with individually there? Yeah. So, okay, so by consensus, we'll do this then, unless someone's strictly opposed to this one, let me know now, otherwise we're gonna move on to the next one. Okay, we'll approve it by consensus temporarily. Next one.
The next one is from Director Taylor, and it's increased funding for implementation of new provincial housing development requirements. There's two whereas clauses.
Sure.
Therefore be it resolved that the UBCM request of the provincial government that the initial funding to support the implementation of new housing development requirements be increased threefold.
Okay. Director Taylor, you look like you want to speak to it, so go ahead.
Yeah, just rather than increase threefold, if we could just reword that to reflect actual costs.
Sorry, would that be to be increased to reflect actual costs?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So unless someone's against this one, now would be the time to raise your hand. Not seeing any. Move on to the next one.
This one is from Director Knodel, and it's agricultural aerial irrigation. And it was worded fairly, I would like to put it in a slightly different order, and so I've taken the liberty to highlight what I believe is the request, and Director Knodel can let me know if I didn't capture it correctly. And that is that the provincial authorities undertake a regulation that when there is indication the province will undergo severe water shortages, the use of agricultural aerial irrigation with a water stream of 1.4 meters or more, or of an atomized spray mist type, be limited to nocturnal hours only.
I think that was the intent of his motion.
Yes.
So is there anybody? Go ahead, Director Knodel.
Yes, you caught it. Last year, the province was implementing the Water Sustainability Act to limit forage crops irrigations. And we see a lot of wastage in this area and forage crop irrigation during the daytime here. So it's just an attempt to get out in front of a problem that's going to grow in the next couple of years. So thank you.
Director Bush, you have a question or a comment?
Yeah, first of all, the province didn't give us an order. It was just a recommendation. And I think
order in the north, sir.
where I just hate to see the whole area be painted with one brush, because if we, you know, maybe in this Malcolmine, we do have lots of water, and, you know, it should be, each area should be considered differently. As anybody knows, I mean, if you have hay crops, you have to water 24 hours a day to keep up, especially when it's hot. You can cut your volume down so that you don't have as much spray, but so you lose less in evaporation. But I just can't see the whole area being painted by the same brush.
I think the intent would be that it would be where it's known that there's water shortages. Okay, unless someone has a major problem with it, we can always address it later this afternoon if we're not going to move it, but we'll temporarily say, okay, move on.
The next one is search and rescue, and this is also from Director Knodel. And I've interpreted his request as that SILGA petition the provincial government in supporting and requesting that Bill C-310 be expedited through the House of Commons and the Senate as an emergency situation.
Okay, Director Knodel, I see your hand up.
Yeah, that bill has been on the floor since 2018. And it's just kind of sitting still. It did pass unanimously in Parliament, but MP Gord Johns from the Alberta area. I've requested a comment from him. He hasn't gotten back to me yet, but it could do with some support to keep it moving along. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody have an issue with that one? Director Gettens, a hand?
Yeah, thanks. I don't have an issue. I just want to know what the bill is. Sorry if I missed that.
If I might, it requests upping the tax incentive for volunteer firemen and search and rescue people. Right now, it's I believe 3,000. He's requesting that it be raised to 10,000, which is about what a volunteer fireman would make volunteering for that service on the paid for call service.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. No other hands? So, okay.
The next one is also from Director Knodel, BC Homeowners Solar Power Incentive Program. The creation of BC Homeowners Solar Power Incentive Program be made available to all older residential homes outside of natural gas service areas and must include at least one rapid charge EV receptacle to encourage the use of EVs.
Okay. So everybody's seen that one. Director Bush, go ahead.
My question is why was it just outside of natural gas areas?
I think there was a response to that, but go ahead, Director Knodel.
I did respond to that. The natural gas areas have ability to run stoves, hot water heaters, and other electrical appliances, or appliances that otherwise run by electricity and are drawing on the services. So the outer areas have no ability to use gas to augment the use of power. And they're generally also at the far ends of the extremes of the power system to deliver. So it helps all the way along in lowering the demand on where the first use is, so the strongest use is. I can resend you the reply. I haven't got it right in front of me right now.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Bush.
So to me, I mean, even if we have natural gas, it's all run by electricity. with the hot water heater and a furnace. And the other thing is, there's a lot of people that might be in the area but aren't hooked up to natural gas too, so then they wouldn't qualify.
I'm not going to debate that. It was just the first area of necessity from sitting in on the BC Hydro's panels on these. They had areas, spheres of influence, if you will, for where power demand was becoming an issue. So that's why I worded it that way.
Okay. Any other comments on this one? Seeing none, all right, we can move on.
From our prolific Director Knodel. ICBC funding for rural and remote volunteer fire department first responder.
This one's been at the SILGA several times in the past.
Oh, yes, it has. And so the 3 whereas clauses followed by, therefore be it resolved that UBCM asks the Ministry of Health to provide funding for pre-hospital care equipment, training, and call-out pay for rural and remote volunteer fire department first responder programs.
Okay, we've seen this one.
Actually, if I might, I believe that was Director Roberts. Let him speak to that one.
I think that was his last year, yeah.
That was my last year.
My
Okay.
apologies.
No problem. Well,
Which I agree with and want to see it keep going.
Director Knodel put it in this year, but it was last year from Director Roberts, so unless someone, what's that? Go ahead, Director Kordoff.
Can I ask, did it not get passed? It did. It's just a reminder that we haven't forgotten about it and we want it brought up again? Is that the reason for putting it on the table again?
I suspect that's the issue, but I don't think they're lost. But maybe that's a question we need to. Yeah, well, it went to UBCM, but I don't recall, yeah, a response. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Yeah, those were the ones that were accepted at UBCM. They all went through, all the ones that we took to SILGA in regards to first responders, et cetera. And we just haven't heard back yet. So that's,
Okay. All right. Well, no issues with it anyway, but next one.
This is from the CAO. Allow regional districts to opt in so they can become a taxing authority. 3 whereas clauses followed by, therefore be it resolved, the UBCM asks the ministry to allow regional districts at their discretion to become a taxing authority.
Okay. I think he's explained this one to us once previously, but if anybody needs any clarification on that. Otherwise, it's fairly straightforward. Not seeing any opposition. Go ahead. Next one.
This is from Director Conans, and it's the 201 Forest Service Road upgrade. And it's that UBCM lobby the province to upgrade the 201 Forest Service Road into a permanent, paved, and maintained road as a reliable alternative route between Central and South Okanagan.
Okay. That one's fairly self-explanatory, and it is a new one, so unless there's someone opposed to it. Okay. Is there any left?
The last one that I have is from the city of Penticton, and they're requesting RDOS endorsement. It's a complex care facilities. Be it resolved, the province provides immediate and clear instruction to the health authorities to prioritize the implementation of complex care facilities and other housing facilities for those exiting a complex care facility in the South Okanagan and across the entire province in support of residents who are suffering.
Okay. Anybody opposed to this one? Can't imagine why we wouldn't support it, but all right. I think we're comfortable with it.
Okay, and I don't have any others.
Okay, is there a last request here then? if there's any others motions that might need to be taken to Silga, because this afternoon or later next meeting, we're going to approve it as a board and there won't be any other opportunity. So not seeing any hands. Okay, thank you. Look for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to our regular board meeting. I do believe there was one addition to the agenda, which would be that pink sheet that everybody has probably in front of you. And anything that anybody wants to remove off the consent agenda? Not seeing any hands there. So looking for a motion to approve the agenda with the inclusion of that pink sheet. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion to approve that. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That takes us straight over to development services, rural land use matters, item B1, CAO.
Thank you. The Fraser Valley Regional District is requesting that the Regional District formally accept the Fraser Valley Regional District Regional Growth Strategy Bylaw number 1706-2023 as required under Section 436 of the Local Government Act. And the recommendation is that the Fraser Valley Regional District be advised that the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen accept the Fraser Valley Regional District Regional Growth Strategy number 1706-2023 as drafted.
Okay. Someone prepared to move that? Moved. Seconder, thank you. Any discussion on it? Don't believe this affects us in any material way, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Corporate? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B2, a temporary use permit application, CAO.
Thank you. This application is seeking to renew an existing permit for the operation of a vacation rental use on the subject property through the issuance of a TUP, and the recommended motion is that the temporary use permit number 2024-00T2 be renewed as an existing permit for the operation of a vacation rental use at 4633 Peach Crescent be approved. Staff's here to answer questions.
Okay, I'll go to Director Taylor on this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to move deferral in light of the fact that we're reconsidering our short-term rental policy, and we may wind up going with something which involves business licenses as opposed to temporary use permits. Okay. And there's a lot of change up in the air potentially. So I'm just saying, I don't think it impacts the applicant to wait till late March or early April to revisit this at that time.
Okay, so you're moving that, deferring it until after the STRs or a decision is made in that regards. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded? It's on the floor. Really no discussion on deferrals, but this would be an entire board corporate vote, please. Can you clarify that, Ms. Graham? Normally it's rural, but I think with a deferral, it would be corporate.
It's a corporate vote.
Okay. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Oh, was that a late hand, Director Gettins, or were you opposed?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Sorry, I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you. No problem. B3, a subdivision servicing bylaw review, CAO.
Thank you. This report is proposed to introduce a new subdivision and development service bylaw 2900-2024 and to further repeal the regional district's campground regulation bylaw 2779-2018 and manufacturing home park regulation bylaw 2597-2012. And the recommendation is that the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Subdivision and Development Service Bylaw 2900-2024 be read a third time, and the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen Campground and Manufacturing Home Park Zoning Amendment Bylaw 3061-2024 be read a third time. And Mr. Garish is here to answer your questions.
Okay. Direction on this one? You're moving it. Thank you. Seconding? Is there a seconder for it? Looking around, okay. Seconded. Questions, I'm assuming that you have, Director Monteith?
Yeah, through the chair. Question might have been handy before it was on the floor. Anyways, okay. I just want clarification that existing campgrounds are not going to be asked to change their servicing. So that's part of it. The other part is, what about if campground is expanding or changing? Would then it be forced to comply with the new regulation?
Stuff?
I'm looking specifically at road access. So Banbury Green is an example. They lost their second entrance into the property, so they only have one now.
Mm-hmm.
So would this change directly impact them?
Chris?
Sure. So it's a land use bylaw, and it's covered by the same non-conforming use provisions under the Act as any other land use. And so legally non-conforming campgrounds, so anybody who's existing at the moment or has existed as a campground before the RD introduced regulations for campgrounds in 1982, they're fine. I mean, in terms of expansions, as we indicated earlier, with some of the questions at the public hearing, the servicing requirements have been in place. It's a long-standing requirement. That's not being changed. If they want to expand and that requires an extension to the sewer, then they would have to comply with the community water system or community sewer system.
Okay.
So I was looking, yeah, sorry, I'm looking at the access requirement.
Oh, the access
Right,
requirement.
because right in the new bylaw, it's 2 entrances
Mm-hmm.
where I have 2 campgrounds in my community that only have 1.
Yeah.
So by changing it, you're putting them into non-conforming.
Well, so again, it's another provision that's not changing. It exists in the existing bylaw, and it's just being carried forward into the zoning bylaw. And again, it depends on the age of these campgrounds and if they existed before the original campground bylaw came in 1982. And I suspect if we're talking about Banbury, it most likely did. But if there's again an expansion that's being proposed that would trigger that requirement, that requirement's already in place today. It's just in a different bylaw. That's all.
Okay. Nothing new being added. It's just locating it at a different bylaw.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Oh, there's Director Gettins. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've heard from a few people in the industry, like architects and stuff, that have some questions around this. And I seen the report that you did have a public information meeting with engineering firms. Did we get a report out on any thoughts around that, or was their feedback taken into account with this? I guess the example we're having is when there's a smaller development and there isn't any community sewer, how would something like that happen? Like, do they just kind of apply for a variance to do that? If they're looking to put in a complex in Naramata and they can't hook up to community sewer, how do we keep those sort of projects going if community sewer isn't in place?
Mr. Garish?
So it's our understanding that that question might be related to the separate process currently underway in relation to the regulation of private utilities, unrelated to this particular amendment bylaw, if I'm understanding the question correctly. Because those are because we did run a public information meeting, and we put, because it was all related to servicing and the other project related to private utilities as part of it, we had it all together at one public information meeting. But the private utility regulation is going to be coming forward at a subsequent board meeting, most likely in March. It's not before the board today.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. My misunderstanding. Thanks.
All right. Any further discussion on this? Again, this one is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B4, development proceed.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, B3 was actually there's 2 bylaws, and there's 2 separate votes on that.
Oh, okay. Good. Oh, there is one rural section. I didn't see it. My mistake. Good catch. So the second part of that, I need a motion for it. Moved. Seconder. Being it's rural, I need a rural mover and a seconder. Thank you. Discussion on that portion? Seeing none. The rural portion of the vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Cram. Down to B4, CAO.
Thank you. The purpose of this recommendation is to amend the Regional District's Development Procedure Bylaw 2500-2011 in order to provide procedures for when the Regional District is prohibited from holding a public hearing on a zoning bylaw amendment under Section 463.3 of the Local Government Act. And the recommendation is that the Development Procedure Amendment Bylaw 2500.33-2024 be adopted.
Okay. Direction on this from the board? Is there a mover? Moved. A seconder, please. Thank you. Anybody have any discussion points on this? Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I don't know about other rural directors, but I've had a lot of feedback from my community on this, and it's perceived that we are taking more public consultation away from residents, so I can't support it just in that context where we're seen as just losing those opportunities for feedback, and I do value community feedback.
Yeah, I have to say that that's probably the perception, but this one is again not something we have a whole lot of room on, I don't believe, but maybe staff can clarify.
That's correct. So the province has said there's certain public hearings you can't have in relation to residential developments. And so what staff is asking is direction on how you want us to deal with representations that might come in relation to those situations.
Okay, got it. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
So in light of that, and this is direction from the province, how do we articulate maybe our concern, or if we don't like it, our protest? You know, is it, whether or not they're going to do it or not, sometimes it just feels, I don't really want to roll over and have my belly scratched.
Director Monteith, I see a hand.
It was you.
Through the chair, thank you, Director Roberts. I don't see any harm in getting feedback on any application or anything. Like, that's sort of our role, is to take feedback. And we use that feedback to make proper decisions that represent our communities. So I can't support it. We need to do something where we're accepting that information from residents.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Federico.
Thank you, through the chair. So this was brought up at the Housing Summit last week, and essentially it was get creative. Everybody across the province expressed the same concern while we were there, and the province just kind of feels like there's get creative with how you do it. Simon Fraser University has a whole department that's working on reforming the public hearing process, so I'm sure that following along with what they're doing, they may have some guidance or suggestions on what else we can do.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Director Conans.
Just a quick follow-up. I believe they also said that if we did not follow the new policies, that they would step in. I don't know what that looks like, but they did say we will step in and take over.
Yeah. Director Gettins, I see a hand from you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm with yourself or the staff, is receiving public feedback, does it have to be prior to the first reading, or could we as a board say prior to the second reading or the third reading? Like, is that a variable that we have control over? I feel like the first reading is pretty quick. Like, that's usually when you get the most, public exposure about an issue.
I'll go to staff.
So what we're anticipating in situations where there's an amendment that's prohibited from having a public hearing is that the board would be giving 3 readings to the amendment bylaw. And so the subsequent reading would be adoption. And adoption is not usually the point at which you're still receiving representation. So we're asking for representations to be received up until first reading for these types of situations.
Okay, that makes sense. Director Wiebe and then Coyne.
Yes, I mean, as far as elected officials, we're often kind of governed by the decisions that we can or cannot make. But I would like to make the opinion, we're hearing lots about public opinion. There is an election coming up. There is an opportunity for the public to decide what matters and what doesn't in an election year. And if this matter is really important to the public, I suggest that they engage with this matter in a meaningful way, because it could lead to policy change.
Good suggestion. Director Coyne.
I think
This is a really, really good example of how we need our zoning bylaws to match our OCPs. We go through a process through our OCPs to get all these things in place. Now the province is saying if it's in the OCP, then there's no public hearing. It doesn't matter if the zoning matches up or not. We need to get our zoning in line with our OCPs so that we don't have these discrepancies. So if anything, this is like onus on us to make sure that our house is in order so that these type of conflicts don't come up. Princeton is a perfect example. We brought a OCP in years ago. They didn't bring in the zoning for, I think it was like 5 years afterwards. We had properties that were sold and bought and businesses put in places that are supposed to be zoned for residential. It causes nothing but headaches. So when we do our OCPs, we need to make sure that our zoning is matching our OCPs so that we don't have to worry about these things, because that's when all this work is supposed to be done. Thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, this one is a rural vote, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Directors Monteith and Roberts? Motion carries. Just a mild protest, no problem. I think we'll deal with the pink sheet as the next one here. I'll go to the CAO for the one that was walked in or brought in late. Go ahead.
So thank you. This is, as you stated, a late walk-in report. The purpose of this report is to seek direction from the Regional District Board regarding notice of title against the property owner of 1825 Green Mountain Road, legally described as PL KP 22351. The recommended motion is that the Section 302 notice on title pursuant to Section 302 of the Local Government Act and Section 57 of the Community Charter made applicable to the regional districts by Section 302 of the LGA be filed against the title of the land described as Lot 1, KAP 2231, to notify potential buyers that hazardous conditions exist in relation to the building of other structures. And Mr. Petrie is here to answer your questions.
Okay. I'll ask for direction on this one, or questions. Director, I'll start with Director Monteith. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I have a couple of questions. Does the property owner aware that this is on the agenda today?
Mr. Petrie?
We believe the property owner's changed. So in terms of notification, I would ask whether or not there was anything sent to the owners. This was a late addition. We were notified recently that this was being put up for sale through the lender. So we're trying to.
Okay. Director Monteith?
And through the chair, I absolutely appreciate being proactive in the situation, but I'm also not comfortable with a late addition to the agenda, property owner not knowing. So I guess I'm looking to defer it, to give proper notice to the property owner, like it. Just
I would go to the CAO. Go ahead.
The reason that it is a walk-in is because the urgency is that we are hearing that there's a change in ownership, and we want to make sure that the new owner is aware.
Okay, Director Bush?
Yeah, I haven't seen a sold sign there, but I came by last night and for sale sign was gone, so I was guessing it might have been sold already. Is that it?
Go ahead.
So we haven't received confirmation, but our idea here is we want to make sure that anybody looking into the property would be aware that hazards exist towards the structures on the property. So it's being advertised as land only, but we're fielding a lot of questions in relation to the structures. So.
Okay. Director Taylor and then Bloomfield.
So I'm not familiar. I mean, it seems that this started in 2018, maybe sometime before that. So I'd like to know what the nature of the difficulty is. And I guess I'd like to just put it also like to know in a general way, if someone has an open stop work order on their property and it's put up for sale, would you want to do the same thing?
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Petrie.
Yeah, that would bring some more urgency to the situation. So we typically try to work with them in a voluntary fashion that they would comply with the orders. So including this one, they, as recently of January, were saying they're going to provide a report to us that would say it's either safe or not again. So we try to work with them voluntarily, but in this situation, we've been put in a position where we have to protect the liability of the regional district, the people purchasing the property. And
Okay, the nature of the incident, or?
so that dates back to 2018 during the floods, and there's some drainage issues on the roadway above that caused a large slough of the property, including
So land unstable.
Yeah. So we had a geotechnical report action that deemed these structures unsafe. And the recommendation was to impose remedial action. And so we have posted a do not occupy on the structures. So it is in their order and has been for a long time. So we've been working with them. It's a large file, as you can see here, and we're continuing to work with them. But we've got to a point where during the original motion provided, we did get a remedial action order approved through the board. But there was no notice on title included within that motion. So that's something that maybe should have been done as well.
Okay, Director Bloomfield.
Yeah, just a piece of information. I can confirm that the property is listed for sale under a conduct of sale. And so there's no representations or warranties being made to any prospective purchaser. And I'm not sure that not sure where that leaves the regional district legally, but I understand the urgency. So don't have any recommendations out of it, but just to let you know that that's the situation right now. There's no sale recorded against the property right now, but it's not to say that hasn't happened.
Okay. Any other questions on it or direction from the board? Not seeing any hands in the... So is Director Monteith?
Alrighty, I will make the administrative recommendation.
You're moving it. Thank you. Seconded. It's on the floor. Any further discussion? It's a corporate vote, I'm sure, because the entire regional district is potentially at risk. So, any further questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to Public Works, item C1, universal metering, CAO.
Thank you. So this is from the previous committee meeting. The recommendation regarding the universal metering recommendation is that the board directs staff to proceed with the preparation of a detailed universal installation plan and bring back the board to the board for consideration. There was some amendments, and do you need to read out the amendments, please?
Don't know that there was on that, was there? Should double check it. Ms. Cram?
I have here that it was the staff recommendation that
Yeah.
was endorsed this morning.
You're thinking of, I think the CAO is thinking the one that we had some amendments to. That's a different one than this one. Director Knodel, and then over to Director Federico. Go ahead. Can't hear you, Director Knodel. Your mic is muted. Oh, there we are.
I'll be looking for Willowbrook to be postponed for at least 2 years before implementation.
Could you repeat that?
I'd be looking to see Willowbrook in this chart postponed for 2 years before it's implemented in this area.
Yeah, we don't have anything in firm order right now. That was a thought. It would just be bringing back a plan of how it would proceed. And at that time, that might be in a more appropriate motion, but I'll just double check with CAO or Ms. Cram. Go ahead.
It is with respect to a plan, to proceed with the preparation of a plan and bring it back for consideration. That's the
Yeah.
staff recommendation.
Yeah, so there's no set order yet. That was just in that report to the board earlier. So anything further?
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, Director Federico?
Thank you, Third Chair. Just want to see if this is an appropriate time to ask that it goes to my water committee or wait until the plan comes back and then ask for a referral.
That's a good question. CAO?
I would recommend it till you see the plan first, because right now there's nothing to talk about.
Okay. Fair enough. Anything further from the board? Is that a new hand or a residual, Director Knodel? A residual one, okay. Seeing no other hands, I'll call the question. And this one happens to be corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to community services. Smilkameen Rec Center landscaping upgrades, CAO.
Thank you. This is to proceed with the construction and landscaping upgrade to the Smilkameen Recreation Center in Karameas. The project includes all construction services to install underground irrigation, accessible paths, and asphalt parking lot. Just before I read with the recommendation, the board did have early approval on this. The budget is $215,000. However, the remainder $2,000+ is going to be taken from operational. The administrative recommendation is that the contract for construction of the Smilkameen Recreation Center landscape upgrade be awarded to Harris & Son Transport Limited up to $217,767.02.
Okay.
Mr. Woods is here to answer questions.
All right, I'll go to Director Roberts.
I'd like to move that.
So you're moving it. Is there a seconder for that? It's on the floor. Discussion? Oh, thank you. We have it on the floor. Any further discussion? Don't believe I'm seeing any hands. Corporate vote, so call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to E, Finance, CAO.
Thank you. So this is asking for the board's approval for a second reading. I'll read the recommendation, but I do have a PowerPoint and some explanations. That bylaw number 3053-2024 being a bylaw of the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen to establish the 2024-2028 financial plan be amended to include Appendix 1 of the report, and that bylaw 3053-2024 be read a second time and is amended. So I'm going to be asking for some amendments between the first reading and this reading. There was a number of recommendations, amendments, changes, etc., mostly from the board, but also at first reading, the board eliminated some positions which affected the budget, and there's one recommendation that I'll be making to where we can reduce a budget another $100,000 without any major effect. I'm going to be moving over there as the CFO.
I'll let you move to the presentation location. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Safino.
And I want to apologize. This is the CFO. I am not the CFO. So with this, there are some recommendations that I'll get to, but there's a few things I just want to quickly discuss. So Regional District says, a lot of you already have heard, I've done 10 budget presentations, and there are some bragging rights that I want to give to Khalidin. They had the biggest participants. So a lot of times, one of the things for SILGA that I'm recommending is that we ask to become a taxing authority, which as the budget stands right now, the taxes would be dropped by $959,000 for the taxpayer. So it's not in the budget that you're okaying. This is an additional amount that the province gets to keep. This is a summary of the share for this 15 participants within the regional district. Obviously, the larger the municipality you are, the larger electoral area you are, the higher your percentage is. So this is something common for regional districts, and it's under the Local Government Act and Community Charter. The majority of the bylaws state you pay it by assessment. And later on in the report, I talk about cost per capita because, again, the more population you have, the more houses you have, the more structures you have, infrastructures, the more you pay your share. Okay, so this is the assessment requisitions for the 2024 doesn't look very fancy, but this is for emergency planning. And the reason I'm actually showcasing this one is because this is where the material changes happened with the philosophy change from the previous budgets to current budgets, where there was a lot of different staff which should have been charged here all along. So this is a catch-up where essentially what's happening is the municipal partners are now paying their, what I could call their fair share. And it's been going on for a while. It's a philosophy change. Also, the board authorized 2 more staff members for the Protective Services Department, which is being created or changed, where it used to be part of Community Services. Now it's part of a whole new department with a senior manager going to be hired soon. That increased the budget also. This is a summary of the increases in assessments that BC Assessment Authority gives us. We at the regional district compare the whole region, the South Okanagan. So I get to see who gets to pay more and who gets to pay less. That dip that you see, the 3.8, that's area F. The higher points is the Penticton, Oliver, and also area G. So their portion of the taxes increased. And these are for services that are everyone pays. So when everyone pays, those are the percentages that are used. So they increased by that much, and that's why Penticton's increased almost 1.5%. This is just something that I like to bring up is the admin fee. There is a huge component for the IT section, and you may have heard with the last issue with the school district happened, there was a ransomware. It's important that we keep up with the software, hardware, et cetera, so that doesn't happen to us again, where someone tried to do it a number of years ago. It's not just that component, but it's also the software. The licensing component is one of the biggest material costs in there, but keeping up with the latest technology is expensive. So one of the things that the board decided, and I just wanted to bring it up, is you've authorized 2 different grant and aids, and one of them was for the Radio Society, and the other one is a foundation for health research. One of the directors approached me talking about, is there a conflict between Interior Health and this foundation? I had a meeting with the individuals that run the society, and there isn't. The IHA determines if the person has dementia. This organization goes that one step further and helps them. And they've had, from what I understand, they've actually had some meetings in Naramata. They're having one in Summerland on Mother's Day. They're going to have a few others within the regional district, so they are helping in more than one regional area. So the original request was 10,000, and the board approved at 10,000. I just wanted to bring that up in case there was some concerns.
Okay.
These are the FTEs that in yellow that you've eliminated. So that's part of the new budget for the second reading. Along with that, just to remind the board, you eliminated a rural project manager position that no one lost their position. It wasn't filled. And also there was one position that didn't have to be backfilled. So altogether, that's 6 positions that were no longer in the budget that was in the first reading, that's no longer in second reading. So the change in philosophy is what I discussed a few minutes ago about the 911. Again, there is an increase for municipalities, but what it is, it's a correction. This is the tax requisition as it was adopted at first reading. The net after non-market growth was 8.8% if we look at it as a whole, as a region, not regional sections. This is, okay, here it is. So this is a tax requisition as it stands at second reading. That 8.8 now is reduced to 7.09, and that's because of the different cuts. And there was, just so you all understand, there was some increases. Directors came in and actually increased some of their own budgets in here, and you'll see those increases in a few minutes. And this is, I thought you'd be interested, at first reading, the budget tax requisition was 26.5 million. It dropped by $431,000. There's a recommendation that I'll be making. I'm hoping that comes from here. I think some of you heard it probably 2 or 3 times from me. That would drop the tax requisition by 100,000 without having any major consequence. But there is a little bit of thinking outside the box. So this is where I would need your guidance. These are the amendments that happened between first reading and second reading. So it states where the request came from. And states what's affected. So it doesn't affect the regional district as a whole. It affects, in this case here, if the area director stated they wanted to change, it affects their area. And if you take a look, it says original request, then the second line is the change that was requested from the director or the manager. So again, there are a number in there. You do have it in your schedule. Do you want to look at them on each slide and just okay them as a group per slide?
I think that's probably, we won't discuss each one, but if someone has an issue with it, we'll ask that they raise it then. Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands on this one, so go ahead.
Okay, so this is Electoral Area C Director requested. This is kind of small, but you do have it in your own package.
Okay, I'm not seeing a hand from.
Okay, this is a combination. I tried to reduce the slides, so I included area A, C, and D.
Okay. Not seeing any opposition. Go ahead.
And we had a very busy director here this is one of the few slides, area D.
All right. Oh, Director Taylor, you have a hand? You're okay?
Oh.
Okay. Next one.
Area D continued. Okay.
All right.
Area D continued. And that's what we are here for, is to determine what your needs are and we make the changes. A continuation of Area D.
All righty.
And
one more.
Yes.
Okay.
So you got
Director
a question?
Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank staff. I mean, what we're trying to do, I think, is just get the budgets real.
Yes.
And not have projects on there that we're there for from a number of years. And as well, I think there's been some changes with shifting our economic development function to more of a community services function. And just really appreciate staff for working with me through the year or two to get that lined up. So thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And this is a combination of E, I, and G, Director requested.
Okay, I'll go to Director Monteith.
Thank you, through the chair. The one for electoral area I don't think that's me.
Vehicle maintenance.
I don't have any vehicles.
Oh, we'll correct that. It's 1,600, so that's I believe that's the fire department. That's the fire department. So, sorry, it is.
I'll take that.
Okay, thank you. It's a good thing we put the code on there. We got those codes embedded in our head.
Good thing. All right. I'm not
Okay.
seeing any other issues. Next one is.
This is a solid waste manager, so he asked for these, and these are some of the items he talked about earlier about on his list that came up during between first and second reading.
Okay, that was the scale upgrade. Yeah, next
correct.
one.
So again,
Director Conans.
Sorry, but you said through the chair that this is in our package, and I can't really read this, and I don't understand we have to go to the public site to look at this agenda. So I don't know what package you're talking about, and I don't know if it says who this affects.
It'll be appendix what in the agenda?
it's first part of the budget where it is appendix. Go ahead.
Sorry, it's at the very end, number 27 on the public site. It's Appendix B, changes from first reading.
Thank you.
Okay.
electoral area I and C combined. I saved another page by doing this.
All right.
And that was it, but first of all.
Those are the changes?
Those are the changes. They're all within the second reading budget as you see it, and that's the 437,000. One thing that I'd like to recommend, right now there's transfer to reserves in emergency 911 of 75,000, and there's a transfer, that's capital, and there's a transfer to reserves in operations for 49,000, which is 25,000 more than the previous year. Between the two, it's $100,000. You've already authorized early approval for projects in that budget for 699,000, which early approval to start borrowing process. If we're going to do that, what I'm recommending is that we take that transfer to reserves and all increase the borrowing by that amount, which reduces the effect on the taxpayer for 2024. They'll still have to pay because it transfers some debt servicing, but that debt servicing, I think, is more easily handled than that 1 year of $100,000. That $100,000 is above and beyond previous years. So that's something. So a lot of you who've seen the pre-budget workshop, the roadshow, heard that.
All right, I've got Director Knodel hand and then some over this way. Go ahead.
If that requires a motion, I did speak with CEOs at CMO about that a couple of nights ago, so I'm willing to make that motion on the 911 system.
Okay, a mover and a seconded, but you had a question, Director Federico? Did I see a hand from you, or you okay? Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question on a different budget.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Remind me when you get to it. Anything further on this recommendation from the CAO? Director Conans?
Yes, sorry, just going back to the requested by solid waste manager, the one that I think I couldn't see because it was so little. I think I've got it here. And it says that, I'm sorry, am I reading this wrong? But it says that capital expenditure for the entrance upgrades and scales and then transfer from capital reserve is being paid for by Penticton in D3? Or am I reading that wrong?
Those wouldn't be tax requisitions. That would be from user fees probably, but I'll go to the CAO.
Yeah, that's correct. What you just read is the name of the service. However, it's a user pay, and it's all transferred. The user profits from year to year would be put into the reserves, and it's been funded from reserves.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further on this motion to potentially remove 100,000 out of the existing budget? Okay, it's on the floor. I'll call the question. Is everybody comfortable with that? All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. CAO?
I'm not opposed.
I thought maybe you were for a minute. No, go ahead.
I just need to know all the other recommendations that has to go to.
Yeah, but we'll just add this one and we'll do them all as a lump.
Okay. So this.
Some questions on sections of the amendments or the pieces that we're amending? Okay, go ahead. What's your question then? I'm not sure. Go aheed.
Yep, thank you through the chair. So under emergency planning, number 2322, the bylaw, there's 26,000 in equipment and software. So just wondering what that software is, because there's nothing in that budget prior years. And then we have 15,000 for emergency social services. So just wondering what that covers.
Get Mr. Woods to come up. Go ahead.
The first item is for the EOC dashboard software, the Lightship application we have, which we have throughout the region now. That's the annual maintenance cost for that service. And the second item is the longstanding ESS service where we fund anything from hosting events for the teams to, minor training days. We just had one yesterday with all the ESS directors in the building, and it's the line item we use to keep that team going.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments on the budget overall here? We want a motion to amend the budget, or we need a motion on the floor first for second reading and then amend it. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes, I just got 2 more slides.
Okay, go ahead.
So this slide is dramatic. It says which of the 15 participants, how much they pay. Obviously, the larger you are, the more services you provide, or the larger you are, your assets or assessments are higher, so you're going to pay more. And in this case, you'll see, sorry, Penticton, but I use Penticton as an example because you're the one that has one of the highest, you're not the highest, but you're one of the highest contributors to the budget. So in this case here, you're actually the second highest, but as soon as you look at per capita, you are now the third lowest. And that excludes, if you exclude the Penticton Indian Band, which right now we don't have a contract, but we are looking at completing and successfully signing one, you're second. So I just wanted to say that because I realized that there are 2 municipalities that have what I would call above average increase in taxes, but that's because of the correction in the emergency 911 and the emergency planning. And this is the motion that bylaw number 3053-24 being a bylaw of the Regional District of Okanagan-Similka, Maine to establish 2024-28 financial plan be amended to include Appendix 1 of the report, and that bylaw 3053-2024 be read a second time as amended.
Okay, someone's moving it. It's moved. Is there a seconder for that? Seeing a hand for seconder. Yeah, it's on the floor. Thank you. Any further discussion? Just double check for those online. I don't see any hands coming up. Nothing. Obviously, this one is a corporate vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Conans is opposed. The only one. The motion does carry. Down to legislative services. I'll just give CAO a moment to get back to his regular seat. And I'll go to you, CAO. I believe this is the SILGA resolutions. Go ahead.
That is correct. That is a SILGA resolutions, and I'll pass this on to Jillian to finish off the resolution.
Go ahead, Jillian.
Would you like me to go through the, I believe, 8 resolutions again?
Do we need them individually, or do we want to do them in a bunch, in a group? I'll go to the board here. If there's someone who wants them individually, raise your hand now. Otherwise, we'll do them as a group. I will have you read each one out just so that we're familiar for sure, but we'll vote on them as a block. Okay? Go ahead, Ms. Cram.
Okay, number 1 was the Board of Variance. With it, therefore, be it resolved that UBCM requests the provincial government that the Local Government Act be amended so the establishment of a Board of Variance by a local government is optional.
Okay.
Number 2 is the increased funding for implementation of new provincial housing development requirements. That is, be it resolved that the UBCM request of the provincial government that the initial funding to support the implementation of new housing development requirements be increased to reflect actual costs.
Okay.
Number 3 is the agricultural aerial irrigation. That provincial authorities undertake a regulation that when there are indications the province will undergo severe water shortages, the use of agricultural aerial irrigation with a water stream of 1.4 meters or more, or of an atomized spray mist type, be limited to nocturnal hours only.
All right.
Number 4 is search and rescue. The provincial government support and request that Bill C-310 be expedited through the House of Commons and the Senate as an emergency situation.
Next one.
Number 5, BC Homeowner Solar Power Incentive Program. Creation of BC Homeowner Solar Power Incentive Program be made available to all older residential homes outside of natural gas service areas, and that it must include at least one rapid charge EV receptacle to encourage the use of EVs.
Next.
Number 6 is ICBC funding for rural and remote volunteer fire department first responder programs. Therefore, be it resolved that UBCM asks the Ministry of Health to provide funding for pre-hospital care equipment, training, and call-out pay for rural and remote volunteer fire department first responder programs.
Okay.
Number 7, allow regional districts to opt in so that they can become a taxing authority. Be it resolved that UBCM asks the ministry to allow regional districts at their discretion to become a taxing authority.
Okay.
And number 8 is a 201 Forest Service Road upgrade. Be it resolved that UBCM lobby the province to upgrade the 201 Forest Service Road into a permanent, paved and maintained road as a reliable alternative route between the central and south Okanagan.
All right.
And lastly, this is a request for our endorsement of the City of Penticton's resolution or proposed resolution. Be it resolved, the province provides immediate and clear instruction to the health authorities to prioritize the implementation of complex care facilities and other housing facilities for those exiting a complex care facility in the South Okanagan and across the entire province in support of residents who are suffering.
Okay, so those are all the resolutions. What I would ask is if there was one of those that somebody's not comfortable with, we can remove it from the block and vote on it separately. Otherwise, we'll vote on the whole package. Director Bush, I figured you might want to go that route, so.
Yeah, I'd like to remove the irrigation one.
Okay.
I thought there was another one too, forget now.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to remove the solar one.
The solar one?
Yeah.
I think that was the other one that Director Bush wanted to deal with, so.
Thank
with
you.
Director Monteith, are you asking to remove one or?
I guess I'm sorry, I was busy chatting with staff when this was happening. Is there comfort within the board about the secondary road, the 201? I don't know who created this one.
That was from Director Conan's, I
It's
believe.
from City of Penticton,
City of
but we
Penticton.
felt that it was more of a regional issue than having it just come from the city, since the closures, multiple closures are affecting us, all of our region, so tremendously. In fact, this weekend, I don't know if any of you saw that, but there's going to be closures 4 days in a row.
Yeah. Okay, go back to you.
Yeah, as somebody who drives the 201 often, I'm concerned about making that road in particular a all-season road. Like it's not a great road. So I don't know if that's where we want to focus our efforts. Like, well, I get that, right? But it's going to be expensive to fix it. Like, is that the only option that we're considering or recommending? Like, I guess I look at it as Ministry of Transportation would have ideas or options. Would that be, if we're targeting this specific option as what we propose to them, maybe they have something else in the books? Like, have we asked them?
I suspect that would be where they would come back with something if that was actually approved. But I'll go to Director Conan.
Yeah, what I think with everything that's happened in the last, 10 years, but we'll just say year, with the rock slide, that something has to happen. And if you just put out a request kind of out in the air, hey, can you find something? I think it's harder for governments to do things. So I'm giving them a specific, or we would give them a specific idea. And I think it's the most logical at this point. And we're also hoping that other communities, including down the road, we'll talk to them at Kelowna, we can get their endorsement in the North Okanagan. But right now, this is something that's obviously going to continue to happen. Even once this disaster is cleared up, there's going to be more disasters, and we need to have an alternate route. So I think giving government agencies an idea that they can work with really helps things to move things along.
Okay. Over to Director Van Elfen and then Director Taylor.
Thank you. Through the chair, I wholeheartedly support your resolution to bring forward this And it's not just, you know, like I say, we've had the rock slides, we've had the clay banks, we've had forest fires along 97 highway. This has been going on for years and years, and it's time for the government to step up. We need an alternate route. You know, rock slides, forest, there's people trying to get to the cancer clinics in Kelowna, you know, hospital appointments. This is absolutely absurd that what is happening in the province, and we need an alternate route. And this is probably, you know, let's put it on the table. This is what we want to see, and let's get support. I appreciate the motion being brought forward. Thank you.
Okay, Director Taylor, you're okay? Director Fedrigo, and then over to Monteith.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. Director Conan's kind of touched upon it about whether we've engaged with other regional districts that this would potentially impact, and then have electoral area directors been involved in this conversation, or is it just going through the mayor group? Thank you.
Now, this is our opportunity to find it now. I don't think it was discussed at the mayor group, but maybe they can check with Director. Go ahead, Director Bloomfield. Was it
You go ahead
addressed
first.
at the mayor's group or not?
It has been discussed at the mayor's groups, but in a very ad hoc fashion because the road was closed at the time, and so we had to do the mayor's group meeting on Zoom. So you know, so
Yeah.
yeah, but it's not a focus of the mayor's group at all.
Okay, Director McCorduff.
Thank you. Director Holmes wrote a letter on behalf of the mayors in the Okanagan, and and you're right, it did not concern the area directors, but it didn't specify an area or a road. I think it just said, we need something, and we need it now. So that was sent out by the whole, and I think we were really including everybody, I think, but it was Director Holmes that wrote the letter, and we all agreed to it.
Okay, we've got Director Monteith, and then over to Director Trainer.
Through the chair, I fully support having a secondary route. Don't get me wrong, totally support it, definitely need it. I'm just scared or hesitant to support something that's very directed to one option when there could be other options on the table. So that's just my concern.
Okay, Director Trainer, and then Taylor.
I know that in that letter that that Mayor Holmes sent, he basically asked for the government to do an entire review of the 97 corridor. So from Osoyoos all the way up to North Okanagan to see where the bottlenecks are and how that can be improved. I'm sure that the slide would be included in that, but I agree with Director Konaz that I think we need to be specific, because right now people are taking really sketchy back routes behind Summerland and they're getting stuck back there. And the 201 is just, it's a relatively easy fix that's already there that they can implement now. So I agree with you, but the letter again was for the whole region, and that's a broader long-term plan.
Yeah, Director Taylor.
You know, when there's a problem, we're always asking to get the 201 upgraded. So I can't see why we wouldn't ask for that now. And I can't see Modi spending a schwack of money to do a great long piece of road if they can find a better alternative, so.
Okay. So unless someone wants to remove it, we'll keep it in as a block, and I'm sure in my own mind that the province will look at it, and if they're not going to go that route, they might at least come back with an alternative. But if you give them nothing, we probably get nothing. So we've got 2 removed, so there's 6, or how many words there in total? 9, right? Okay, so we'll vote on the 7 that are remaining, and then we'll take the last, the water irrigation one and the solar ones, and vote them separately. So all those in favor on the block of 7. All right, any opposed? Motion carries. We'll deal with the water one first, the irrigation. Any discussion needed on it, or is everybody's positions clear? Go ahead, Director Van Olfen.
I appreciate the motion, but I have a concern. Don't start with agriculture. You never start with agriculture. Start with housing. So if there's a water shortage out there, let's talk to the homeowners first to cut. their consumption. You don't start with agriculture. And even if you want to say it's forage crops provides feed for livestock. Livestock provides food for a lot of residents, not all, but some. So, so that's why I oppose this motion the way it's written.
Okay. Director Knodel?
I thoroughly agree with Director Van Alpen on that, but the province did last year ban aerial irrigation or ban all irrigation for forage crops in the North Okanagan and the South Thompson. And that's the reason I'm bringing this forward, because the province left to their own tools in a critical situation becomes quite heavy-handed. So if we aren't seen to be doing it, they will be heavy-handed again. I do understand that farming is critical, and this is an attempt to survive through those heavy-handed.
Okay, Director Bush?
Yeah, I think this basically is covered within the WSA Water Security, is it, or something, Act?
Oh, I know which one you mean.
Anyways, the government.
Sustainability Act, yes.
Yeah. So if and when they come to cutting our water off, it's supposed to be done by what, when your wells were registered and stuff like that. That's what I was told, because they haven't made this compulsory yet, but if and when they do, then they have to go to the WSA Act. And so I think it's pretty much already covered.
Okay. Any further discussion on Director Coyne?
Yeah, I agree with Director Bush. There's already legislation in place, and we were asked last year to cut our water use by 50%. So most of us already went to nighttime irrigation. I think we're kind of beating a dead horse here, but we can't compare ourselves to the same situation that happened north of us, because those were specific water systems that those aquifers had other issues, and they have historical issues. So, trying to compare apples to apples here isn't going to happen. So I'm with the last couple speakers.
Okay. So any further discussion? So we've got the motion still to ask if we're sending, or to decide whether we're sending this to SILGA. All those in favor of it going to SILGA? Okay, and those opposed? The motion is defeated, so it's not going, I guess would be the best way. We don't need to record the opposed, it's just not going.
I didn't see any hands in favor.
There was one.
Okay.
Director Knodel, who moved it, so. No problem. The next one was the solar panels. Director Van Elfen.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm in 100% support of this, but why are we limiting it just to residential? There's wineries, there's, farms, there's commercial, there's all sorts of different in those areas that aren't on natural gas. So why are we going to limit it just to residentials and not include commercial and or agricultural properties?
Okay. Director Knodel?
Happy to reword that.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what we would reword it to. Could we just maybe have the motion read out, or what the proposal is at the moment, so we're clear on what we're discussing? And then I'll go to Director Bush. Go ahead.
I took the proposed resolution to be that the creation of the BC Homeowners Solar Power Incentive Program be made available to all older residential homes outside the natural gas service area, and must include at least one rapid charge EV receptacle to encourage the use of EVs.
Okay. Director Bush?
Yeah, so my recommendation would be that we didn't limit this. It shouldn't have anything to do with the natural gas areas. And maybe add in agriculture.
All right, so a proposed change to it. Is that a new hand there, Director Knodel, or, oh, I see you took it down. Director Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's full transparency. I'm on the resolutions committee for SOGA. Something like this is very narrow. It's not regionally based. If you want to make this so it's a resolution that might get past the resolutions committee, I would strongly suggest that it changes so it's not limiting to just certain houses. It has to be open to everybody, like was proposed to, commercial and winery and vineyards and farms and whatever, right? Like it needs to be so everybody in the region can benefit from this. Otherwise, it won't get endorsement from the. I can't see it getting endorsement. I'll say that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Director Knodel.
Yeah, not against that. I basically used the secondary suite program to draft this on rather short notice. So it's really quite featured around that. But the wordings, yeah, I'm happy to go any direction you want. It's needed. It's an item that's needed.
So could you read that out one more time? And then I hate wordsmithing on the go here, but we're down to the nitty gritties in terms of when to get this in, so.
The creation of the BC Homeowners Solar Power Incentive Program for residential homes outside of natural gas service area and include EV receptacle.
Okay.
Adopt all residential homes to start with.
Yeah, well, it would be easy to remove the outside of the natural gas areas, but to include those other properties would be needing something different. Director Coyne.
So my suggestion here is going to be that you ask that the province create a incentive program for solar panels on homes or solar panels in general. I wouldn't limit it to anybody else. Just make it so that there's a solar panel rebate program or something along those lines, so that it's open to everybody in the province, everybody in the region, and go that route. Because if they come through BC Hydro, then those of us on Fortis are going to be excluded. It needs to be a provincial program, and I mean, natural gas is supposed to be going away. So let's pretend that doesn't exist right now. How are they going to encourage us to have solar panels on our roofs? And then they're also going to have to look at, is there going to be a rebate program or some different system than the net zero that they have for the if we do have solar panels, because there's not a lot of incentive there either. So that's where I would look at. It's almost like we need to go back and redo this whole thing.
Yeah, well, I would just suggest maybe create a solar panel rebate program. Just leave it at that, and that would be generally including all.
By the province.
Yeah, the province create a provincial panel rebate program. Well, if we want to change that motion, if everybody's comfortable with that, let's see. The creator of the motion is comfortable, so Director Conant?
Would that remove the EV charger then?
That's,
Portion of it, I think.
I
that
think
doesn't
so
need
at
to be
this
there.
stage. They'll probably want that in the province. I suspect that would be something they would probably want to put in. That's all right. So if everybody's comfortable with that, that'll be the motion. We'll just verify it with a vote. So can we have you read that out as what I had suggested?
So what I have is the province create a solar panel, either incentive or rebate. I'm not sure which wording you want.
Rebate program probably would be the best.
The province create a solar panel rebate program.
Okay. Keep it very straightforward and simple. Everybody's okay with that? I'll call the question then. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. I think that's the end of those. Director Roberts, go ahead.
I just thought I'd slip in here because I know we're at the board meeting now, but I was just talking to planning, and if we wanted to put an option in regards to the issue, no hearings, public hearings, that maybe we would make a resolution to go to SILGA in regards to a proposal, for instance, to have that done at a public hearing after first reading kind of thing.
Yeah.
If that was the desire of the board, that this is a good place to do it, rather than my little protest vote.
Well, that would be, it's an option. There is always the option of late resolutions, although they're more difficult to get on the floor as well. But without having something to work off of on that, I don't know that we could wordsmith an appropriate motion that might actually gain approval. I think we might be late on that one. We do have the option, though, of also just sending a resolution directly to UBCM too. Aside from SILGA, it requires an extra step to get in, but it's better to go through SILGA. They're automatically accepted at UBCM if they're approved by SILGA. But okay, we'll move on here then. RDOS fees and charges, F2, CAO.
Thank you. So this is an update based on the budget. Some of the user fees have to be increased, and also the administration costs that we charge for recoverable work. Nothing to do directly with the budget. If there's a recoverable work, we would charge 15% on top of the actual cost, which in this case here, we're asking for 15. It's currently 12%. There are changes in solid waste and water and parks and recreation. The recommended motion is that bylaw number 3050-2024, a bylaw of the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, to set fees and charges be read a first time as recommended in the report.
Okay. You can ask a question. Sure. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Is there going to be a place where, for instance, in my discussion with Ms. Bloomfield, we already have a change that'll be coming for third reading? Is there some place where we know that there's already changes that have been adopted?
CAO?
So it is at first reading. When the changes happen, it can happen at second reading. Correct.
Okay. This one is for first reading. Okay. That's correct. I do have a question in regards to fruit waste. I think there was a change potentially for a fee after 500 kilograms. I wanted to verify, is that the case for fruit waste that's going to the compost facilities, or where is that fee at? Because I understood that you're accepting everything at the compost facility at no cost. Does that change with this fees and charges?
I don't think it's changing yet, but we are looking at changes to it coming forward in the near future. The biggest issue, two things that are coming right now, and we're working with the Ministry of Agriculture and also looking at what our fees and charges will be in the future. So right now, we have the first 500 kilograms are free. And that's for all of our food waste and yard waste, or all of our yard waste at this point in time. If we start accepting food waste, which is the case, that'll be the case coming forward for Oliver, for example, in the near future, and then eventually at 1313 Grayback, when we'll be able to do that, then we'll have to charge costs for those. So that 500 kilograms, we'll need to look at reducing that, and that would be for commercial types of waste. And then the other heads up is that we are seeing with the kill that's occurring right now with the
vines.
We're going to have to look at putting a cap on the agricultural waste. So the purpose of the agricultural waste was to stop burning. But the amounts that they're looking at, and again, we're working with the Ministry of Agriculture, we'll need to put some sort of caps on that because otherwise it'll just bankrupt us.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I was questioning section number 5, the Apex Waste Transfer Station. The language around the resort paying 7% of the total budget, but the number didn't change, but the budget's gone up.
The percentage is really just more about, there's a commercial component to it. So because they're doing a lease, it's one property, and there's all kinds of commercial that's within that, that area. It was just really more reflective of what we're seeing with the use than anything else. It wasn't anything more than just that. So it was trying to get that balance because again, it's one property. It's not multiple properties like you might see normally with a user fee. This is really because it is, it was a hybrid that when we first put the function together, that's basically how that was set up. Not really giving a very good explanation, but that's basically it.
Okay.
Did I answer? I hope I did. No, not really.
I'm
Okay.
not seeing her
No.
looking
Okay.
like she understood that, so.
Sorry, I guess I'm just confused because it says 7%, but then it gives a figure, but the budget's gone up, but the amount that they're paying in the fees and charges bylaw is not going up to reflect that. So you're saying that it's a set amount they pay every year regardless of what the budget is?
No,
or-
I'll have a look at that with Jim. It should be reflective across the board. It should be, there should be going up accordingly with that, and I'll double check that.
So I just referenced 2023 and there's no change, but the budget's gone up.
It should go actually up. I'll check with Jim on that.
Okay. Did I see a hand from you, Director Taylor?
Yeah, just wondering if I wanted a fee changed, how and when do I do that?
Oh, now would be the time probably to bring it up. Is it
So,
specific?
yep, specific fee, Schedule 6, Item 3, Okanagan Falls Parks and Recreation. New Community Services Office Boardroom, presently in at 60. I'd like to move that to 25 for the reason that we actively want this room used. We're trying to give the community a boardroom and charging them $60 for every board meeting they have. They're just not going to use it.
Okay.
And
CAO?
It's been noted. We'll change it.
Okay.
At second reading.
Yeah.
okay, and just the second point, some of our communities use these facilities for social services. Like we're Desert Sun, South Okanagan Law Society, and full disclosure, my wife works there. So how do we rationalize that? You know, can we get some, like to me, it seems we would want to give them preferential pricing, but I'm looking for direction.
I'm not sure. Maybe the CAO has some suggestion there, and then I'll go to Director Monteith.
That's a tricky slope, and I'd like to come back with a recommendation, not just something off the top of my head.
Okay. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, that's something that my Parks and Recreation Commission has advocated for years. You'll see in our fees and charges bylaw, there's actually a discount for Cleveland residents. But we own the hall, we own the facility. So the Cleveland Hall is owned by the community, so there's a discount there for Cleveland residents. So also in our fees and charges, or just the operations of the community hall, if it's for a youth event or a community event, the fees are different. They're waived. So it really depends. So definitely look at that as an option because we do want to use those spaces.
Okay, it's good suggestions. We'll see that at second reading. Director Roberts.
And thank you. I just want to bring to the board's attention again. I have talked to Mrs. Bloomfield in regards to the RV charges on our water systems, and she'll be bringing a different rate at the next reading. But again, that was RVs versus mobile home parks, et cetera, because at the moment they're registered to being exactly the same as a house or a manufactured home, so
The fees are.
the fees
Yeah,
are,
okay.
yeah.
Something coming, Director McCardoff?
Yes, thank you. Nonprofits in our community are given a preferential rate or no rate at all in our community center. So maybe looking at what other communities do might help to give some support for this.
Okay. CAO, do you have something to add, or?
Well, just, I would bring back within the bylaw, different rates depending on age and different options. So
Okay.
well, at that second reading, the board can consider those.
Sure. We'll see them. Okay, we need a motion on the floor here yet to get this going. This is for first reading. You're moving it. Is there a seconder for it? Thank you. It's on the floor. Any further discussion or questions? Not seeing any hands. We'll call the question. This one is corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. No items were removed from the consent, so that moves us down to CAO report. Go ahead, CAO.
Just one thing, each one of you received what I would call the Gantt chart, a list of the 292 projects that the staff has committed to you with the percentages completed. It will be available online shortly. Right now, if you want to take a look at where your favorite project is, you're having to scan it. If the number stays consistent. Once you find the number, it's easy to find. However, in the project and it goes right to it. So overall, the last time I checked, it says here that we're overall 10% completed everything that we promised so far. We should be at 14%, but it's still early. We can catch up.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for the CAO or any of that? All right, moving down to other business, chair's report. I was proposing that we maybe make some changes at the suggestion of a few directors and discussion on the timing or the times that we start our meetings in regards to hospital district. I was proposing, or gonna propose, but I'll put it in writing and send it out to everybody, but I just want to give you a verbal update. I kind of thought about it the last meeting, but didn't have it solidified. But hospital district would normally start at 9 o'clock unless there's a public hearing, then it would start right after that. And the board meetings would generally start just after lunch, unless it's a short day, then they would bump up in time. But that would set those times, and then the committee meetings would just work around that. So if we need to recess it to jump into to the board meeting, it could be done. So I'll put that in writing and get everybody's feedback on it, but I just wanted to throw it out there. I think it would be better in terms for the general public, knowing when those times are if they want to tune in, and it would also make it easier for the municipal directors on those days where we do have lots of committees. If they need to get away, they're not missing the board meeting, they're maybe missing the committee meetings versus. Otherwise, there's nothing more for me. Director's motions. Any director's motions? Director Taylor.
Not sure of the process here because I haven't done this before, but I'd like to provide notice of motion, and if everybody's willing, we could perhaps address it sooner. That RDOS write a letter of support to each of the provincial and federal ministers of agriculture, requesting general support for the wine, grape, and fruit sectors. Now, I'm putting this forward. I'm not making this a money request. Obviously, money is one possible solution, but there's a lot of other things that ministers can do. They can do regulatory changes, legislative changes, etc. And I'd just like us, these are big drivers of tourism and our local economy, and I'd like us to indicate support for them.
Yeah, and it's definitely looking like a good number of them have been hit hard with the winter. Director Federico?
Thank you. The chair is going to say add to that. Then if we're looking at Ministry of Agriculture, we're looking at Ministry of Tourism, and then potentially the Ministry of JEDI, I don't know, it's jobs and economic development, because I know our parliamentary secretary, Rolly Russell, and under ECDEV has been working with a lot of the wineries and looking what we can do to help support them. So I think those two other ministries should get those letters as well.
Okay. So did you want to deal with that today? We would need a motion to deal with it today if that's the desire, but I'm not sure if you have, was that the exact wording you wanted to use for the motion?
Sure, yep. And sure, I'll put it forward for, I'll move that we vote on this today.
Okay, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. So it's on the floor. I'll call the question on dealing with that today then. Oh, okay, yeah, read the motion one. Go ahead. If we're going to deal
This
with
is
it
just to
today,
deal
and
with
then,
it.
but it's good to know what we're dealing with. So maybe read it anyway.
Okay, that the RDOS write a letter of support to each of the federal and provincial ministers of agriculture and others as appropriate, requesting general support for the wine, grape, and fruit sectors.
Affected by the
Affected by
hard winter,
winter
or
kill.
whatever wording you want to put around that, okay? So that's to deal with it today. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So on the motion itself, looking around, we've putting it on the floor, I'm assuming. Seconder for it? Thank you. Want to speak to it? Go ahead, Director Bush, and then I thought I seen a hand online, but go ahead.
Okay, I have a hard time supporting taxpayers' money for these billionaires that own a lot of these vineyards and wineries. But I understand supporting some of the local smaller ones. But you know, if the government had to dish out money to all these billionaires, I just can't see it's not even food. Like it's tough. But then I do understand that a lot of local small wineries that live here and work here and part of the tourist industry is, you know, if somehow we could divide it out, or, because, I mean, Mission Hills here would probably eat up any support that any government would hand out, just the amount of vineyards that they have and the wineries that they have. We have no idea how big these outfits are. And I don't know if there's a way we could support local wineries compared to the ones that aren't local.
Yeah, I understand your point there. That's a difficult thing to separate, but Director Taylor?
Yeah, I want to be clear, I'm not advocating that we're asking them for money, George. I'm actually stressing that we just provide general support. And again, I think there's a lot of things that can be done without money. And, you know, I've done most of my career working in and for cattle and livestock sectors. And, you know, if you're in the prairies and the cattle industry takes a hit, the provinces start advocating in support of their industries. And I'm just suggesting we do much the same.
Okay. Director Knodel?
I was going to say, I think we're going to be doing this again in a few weeks for the fruit sector, given the already suspected damages done. We're not done with them yet.
This includes the fruit sector. It was wine go ahead, Director Taylor.
Wine, grape, and fruit.
Thank you.
So it's general there at the moment. So Director Coyne.
Yeah, I was in Victoria this week and this conversation came up. One of the challenges is, which was surprising to me, crop insurance isn't going to cover most of these people. What they were told is if you had multiple different fields and one field got hit and the other one didn't, then the insurance company came back and said you're not covered because it wasn't like a full crop failure, which is nuts, because if it's a different field, it's a different field. But you know, insurance companies. So no, this is a good thing to show that we're supporting it. The province is working on this, and I think having our voice behind that helps the, our MLAs and ministers move forward, looking for federal help and not just for wineries, but like we said, for fruit growers as well.
Okay. Director Bloomfield?
I think we should send a copy of that letter to the Minister of Trade in Alberta as well.
Well, he did add all appropriate agencies, so we can add that probably without any issues. Go ahead, Director Trainer.
Yeah, last week, before he left on vacation, our mayor sent a letter to the Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis Commission, specifically about their that the fact that our wineries cannot ship direct to customer anymore. So that's one way that doesn't involve money directly, where we can support our local wineries. So I have a copy of that letter here if anybody wants to see it, just as an example.
It wouldn't hurt to send it in just so that when this letter's being drafted, we got something to refer to by all means.
Yeah, I can do that.
Any further discussion on this? Director Van Elfen.
No, thank you through the chair. Just regarding the motion, I think it also needs to clarify this. It's not a 1-year hit. This has been 3-4 years coming with forest fires, and weather events. This isn't just all of a sudden this season. They've been taking a hit for like fruit growers and wineries have been taking some big hits in the last few years. This is the straw that's kind of breaking the camel's back this year.
Okay. Seeing no more hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Any other director's motions? Not seeing any hands there. So board members' verbal updates. Any board members' verbal updates? Director Knodel, you have something from your area to talk about?
Just a reminder of the BC Tree Fruits new facility tour tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.
Okay, good. I intend to be there for that. Any other verbal updates from your communities? Seeing none. Board representations. MFA, there's a meeting in March that I'm attending on that. And there's also the Chairs and CAO Forum at that same time that CAO and I will be attending. Municipal insurance, nothing there. Okanagan Basin Water Boards. Director McCordoff.
Thank you. Well, it probably would be Director Holmes.
That's why I went to you this time?
But I will report on something because it was my signature on the letter that's been going out to the feds and the province from OBWB on the zebra quagga mussels, and we've had quite a lot of information recently on that. The latest response from DFO deals with some things, and they sent that out last week, like reissuing a funding from last year. So you know what, that's not new. The problem is that it does not directly support the prevention of zebra quagga mussels or the OBWB calls to action. So we've had many local governments. Yesterday, the day before, the city of Metchosin sent a letter in support, and so has Kelowna recently. There are more and more people that are jumping on board to support this. So I just wanted to say that's one of the things that's going on. I know some people have been invited to the OBWB meeting on March the 8th, which is looking at if we get zebra quagga mussels in our water system, how do we deal with it? First of all, we should be preventing it, but how do we deal with it? What actions can we take? So that will come up in a couple of weeks. So I just wanted to say that Okanagan Basin Water Board continues to be super busy. Thank you.
Okay, Director Van Elfen, a question, I'm assuming?
If I may, thank you through the chair to Director McCordoff. Have we reached out to Okanagan Nation Alliance to be part of this conversation?
ahead.
Yes, and there is a member on the board from Okanagan Nation Alliance, so they are involved for sure.
Okay, good. Okanagan Film Commission, Director Coyne, anything to report there?
Nothing to report at this time.
Okay. Regional Library, Director Monteith.
Thank you. Director Trainer and I actually attended yesterday. They did elections for chair, vice chair, and they're working through their strategic planning, and I missed the end of the meeting, so I don't know if we had anything else other than that, but I believe that's about it.
Could I just ask who is the chair and that stayed the same there, or is
I
there a
honestly
change?
could not hear much to that whole meeting, so.
Director Trainer?
Loyal Woodbury,
Okay.
I think that's his last name. He was the chair before. He's really good, and he's a counselor in
So
Kelowna.
it stayed
Yep,
the same?
he was acclaimed, and
Okay.
then we had an election for the vice chair, and I forget her name right now. Somebody De Silva. She's a West Kelowna counselor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sterile insect release, Director Bush.
Yeah, so we had a meeting a week or two ago. Our general manager has taken a job on with BC FGA, and the last meeting was her last one. We voted to replace her with one of the local ladies that was just below her. Michelle, I think it's Michelle Cook, but it'll come up in the next board report. And one other thing was, we have a new chairperson, be Mohini Singh,
Okay.
as most people know, and Shirley Fowler, who is actually now chair of Northern Regional District. She stepped down and she'll be vice chair.
Okay. Thank you for that. Simia, anything there, Director Knodel? Nothing to report?
Nothing to report. No, sorry.
Okay. Starling Control, Director Bush? Nothing there. ETCBC?
I have a meeting next month, so
Okay.
nothing to report this month.
All right. That brings us down to the closed session. I better read this out. That in accordance with section 91A, C, I, J, and K, and section 92B of the Community Charter, the board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the regional district, or another position appointed by the regional district, labor relations or other employee relations, the receipt of advice that is the subject of a solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, information that is prohibited, or information that is presented in the document would be prohibited from disclosure under Section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a regional service that are at their preliminary stages, and that in the view of the board could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the regional district if they were held in public, and the consideration of information received and held in confidence relating to negotiations between the regional district and provincial government or the federal government or both, or between the provincial government or federal government or both and a third party. Holy moly, I guess that's because we've got so many minutes. They covered a whole whack of things. So looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. I'll just give Danny a minute to close this. Affect everybody, but everybody's going to be dealing with it in their own way and through their own councils. So we're good to go? Okay, so a motion to go out of adjourn is what I'm looking for. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Thank you very much. We are adjourned. Thanks, everybody. There is lunch here for those that are staying and those that want to eat. Absolutely.
I am hungry.
Yeah.
And like I said.